Yo, what's pimpin' with y'all boys? Welcome back. And in today's stream, we gonna be playing some Siege and shit. You feel what I'm saying? But I don't know if y'all can tell, but the microphone quality or the processing might sound a little bit different than it did last stream, and that is because I am using a new I'm using Elgato. I'm using Wavelength 3.0 now to process my audio besides using Rode Central. So yeah, pretty much it's working a lot better now than what it used to. It seems like I can kind of get loud. Like like the compressor's doing its job, all the effects are doing its job. So I'm happy with it. But the only thing that I'm kind of not okay with is that it kind of fucks with my soundboard, because my soundboard is built into my microphone, I think. So it kind of pops in through my audio input capture. So like anytime I do the air horn, y'all hear that through my mic. But yeah, let's go ahead and hop into this shit. Feel what I'm saying? I got my Fortnite Battle Pass done, I think this morning, if I'm not wrong. And that took a little bit of time because I have not been on Fortnite that much. I've kind of been on and off of it. But I really hadn't been playing Siege that much. I ain't gonna lie. I really had not been playing the game that much. But yeah, chat, I'm gonna go check on the kitten real quick, and I'm gonna go grab some water. So we're gonna queue into this game, and I should probably be back whenever we're in the round starting or some shit. I don't know. But yeah, I will be right back, y'all. I gotta go hydrate my mouth, or I'll just grab me a water bottle.
We need to locate a bomb. Ten seconds before insertion. 5 seconds to go. must locate and defuse a bomb.
Drone activated.
I'm reloading.
Hold on. I have intel on the enemy location.
Where'd the smoke go? He's just gone. Damn! Holy shit! I guess I should have looked for the cap cans on the door.
Deploying talent shield.
Bro, I know he sees the smoke behind the shield. No, that's not even smoke, that's visual.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
And he died from being exploded. You're
You
right.
have located a bomb. Friendly, last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
Don't mind that, chat. Don't mind how I died. You know, it's just called wake and bake. You feel what I'm saying? You wake up, you get fried, and then you hop on siege. But I wasn't expecting, you know, to be this fucking retarded. You feel what I'm saying? And plus, it's starting to, every time I speak, it seems like it, like, starts like a millisecond, like, right after I talk. And that kind of makes me paranoid as fuck. But I'm finna have to figure out how to do all this shit eventually. But I know it's probably not gonna sound that good right now because I literally just heard it, like the mic quality 2 minutes ago, maybe. And like I'm kind of cutting out, and I need to fix that for real. But we will get that shit fixed. I'm not gonna lie. But W Elgato for having W products that work. I can't even use my applause because that won't get picked up, so we're gonna have to acquire a new sound. So
You need to locate a bomb.
let's get some air horns in instead. You feel me?
Insertion in 10 seconds.
And we didn't even, bro. We
5
gotta
seconds.
ban Capcan, bro. We gotta ban Capcan. Get him the fuck out of here.
Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb.
Hold on. I have intel on the enemy location. No enemies detected nearby. Changing mags. Hold on. I have intel on the enemy.
Bomb has been located.
Oh shit.
You have been exposed.
Reloading! Cover me! Wait. Threat detected. This area is hostile.
Op 4 last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated.
Oh, Brody was locked in on that. Bet that we locked in now. We locked in, chat. I don't care. Ban Capcan. Nope. Get him out now. I'm remembering to get Capcan the fuck out of here. This guy gotta go. Gotta go. Wait. Do I have a pistol or...
You need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. You must locate and defuse a bomb.
Eyes on hostiles! Basement!
Bomb has been located.
Board member and de facto new CEO, and in my or so hot right now.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. I don't want to hear your bullshit. Oh, that was probably a bad time to reload. What the fuck are... Like, y'all are fucking running around like retards and shit. Like, what are we doing? Oh, this kid gotta be cheating, bro.
You have dropped the diffuser. One friendly operator remaining. We have been eliminated.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I don't even know what the fuck I'm watching, but... Shit. We're going fucking first. We're obviously going the main bomb site for this fucking thing. So yeah, let's go ahead ban Dokkaebi.
Protect the bombs.
Swapping mags. Gotta reload. Device placed.
10 seconds remaining. Down to 5 seconds. You must protect your bombs from being defused by Op 4.
What's your favorite car? Internet. Time to go.
Whoa, fortified!
Proximity alarm deployed.
Wall secured!
Wall's done!
Magazine.
Barricade up!
One Op 4 remaining. A bomb has been located by Op 4. One friendly operator
Oh, I
remaining.
was so close, bro. I was so close to one-tapping him. He's coming through the door, dumbass. Now he's probably gonna come through the hole. Oh my god, this kid is some hot fucking dog shit.
15 seconds. Friendly
Like, oh
victorious.
my
Hostiles
god, this
eliminated.
kid is just having pure luck on his side. But yeah, hopefully everyone is having a great morning. I definitely am myself, so yeah. And then this dickhead wants to take Warden from me. Are we fucking serious? Nah, but usually I've been playing operators with usually like the SMG-12 or SMG-11 on defense, because I'm just trying to play those guns a lot more so I can get used to them. because like I hardly ever play them, but I'm actually really fucking good with them. So I'm quite surprised. Quite surprised.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Loading new mag. Loading mag!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left.
Reload!
You must protect your bombs from being defused by Op 4.
Please tell me there's reinforcements on this wall. Please tell me. Oh, thank God.
Vulcan set up and ready to blow.
Be advised, Op 4 has located a bomb.
The alarm in place.
Additional connections couldn't hurt our odds.
Yes, ready to knock up.
Oh, I couldn't fucking see him, bro. I couldn't see him. There's no way I couldn't actually see the fucking nomad, bro. You got one pushing up on your hallway, dude. I think A or fucking Fuse dropped the hatch if I'm not wrong.
Op 4 has deployed a diffuser. You need to destroy it. One friendly remaining. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure. Protect the bombs.
It's against the play.
Wall reinforced!
Turret deployed.
10 seconds left.
Wall secured!
5 seconds to insertion. Keep an eye out for Op 4 attempting to
Yo, I'm taking a fat shit right now. Hi, shit, brother. I hope your shit's going. All right.
A bomb has been located by Op 4.
Swapping mags.
Gotta reload.
That shit's creamy.
Turret deployed.
Like, I'm more better with the SMG 12 than I am with the SMG 11 for some fuck ass reason. I don't know if he's still in this room or not. Oh, he is. Forgot I'm warden.
One Op 4 remaining. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
I thought, bro, when you said that, I thought you were talking about your shit. I'm not gonna lie with you, but oh, okay, I see what you mean now. I see what you mean. Nah, but I just don't know why. I just perform better with the 12 for some reason besides the 11. It makes no sense, but it just happens. It low-key just happens. I'm about ready to turn this motherfucking game around. Every poo-poo time is pee-pee time, but not every pee-pee time is poo-poo
Use your drone
time.
to locate a bomb.
Nah, that's low-key facts, though. That is low-key facts. I can agree with you on that.
Your drone has found a bomb. Seconds to go. 5 seconds. have located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Nah, thank you for stopping by, bro. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate that.
Sending out my drone.
There's no way, bro. I sold that. There's no way I didn't hit him once. I didn't hit him once.
I got you! Hard breaching.
That's crazy.
Flash out.
That's crazy. I did not hit bro a single fucking time. That's some crazy shit, dude.
One op 4 remaining.
At least they won the round. They used the brain cells and they fucking didn't die. I just don't understand how I didn't kill that Thorn. That's what's still confusing me. I don't even know how the fuck I didn't even hit her once.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of the worst with shotguns.
I'm reloading!
With shooting drones, but we're not gonna talk about the topic again. This is gonna be the last time we ever hear this topic.
Position. Listen, play.
I'm out! Gotta reload!
5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Orca is ready. Use it if you have to. Deploying explosive ordnance. Man, ready to knock up.
Yo, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, man. Can I not ping? Bet that, bet that. Have a great time.
Gotta reload.
Changing mag.
Reloading!
Impact out. Lay the nest.
Swapping mags!
Damn, I didn't even hit him. Just y'all play time. Y'all are literally low as fuck. Please play time for the love of God. Just have some valid sense and play time. Please, I pray.
Seconds.
Thank you, Val. Thank you. At least, or Kaveri, at least you
seconds
got some
left.
fucking common sense.
5 seconds left. The time limit has been reached.
This kid wants to say I need to be in guidance, but didn't do shit for the team. What the fuck? Make that shit make sense, bro. Yo, we got one of our enemy combatants on our team, bro. This was a dude on, I think the last game, I think, if I'm not wrong. Or the game before that, shit. What the fuck? We should have just banned Nighthaven at this point. What the fuck, man?
Secure the bombs.
Swapping bags!
Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb. 10 seconds left. Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Doors barricaded!
Surya kit deployed.
Loading on ammo! Reversing bomb.
I watch you run.
Op 4, last stop standing. Down to 15 seconds. Time expires in 10 seconds. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Gas ready. Initiate jammer.
Down to 10 seconds. Down to 5 seconds.
Change your mags.
Op 4 has yet to locate a bomb.
Sentries deployed.
Be advised, Op 4 has located a bomb.
Deploying jammer. Swapping mags. Reload.
C4 set. Detonating.
One friendly remaining. Op 4 has placed a diffuser near a bomb. Destroy it.
What the fuck is this guy doing? Okay.
Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized.
That's the most luckiest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. That is the most luckiest shit I've seen in my life right there, chat. I'm telling you right there. That is so motherfucking luck.
Secure the bombs.
Swapping mags!
tuned.
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly.
Forward point
10 seconds left. 5 seconds to insertion. Bomb located by Op 4.
Full reinforced!
And why the fuck is our teammate killing each other? What the fuck?
Swapping mags.
device set.
Device placed!
Razor wire up!
Position device!
Device position.
Swapping mags!
Setting a nest!
Friendly, last operator standing. Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Advise your drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds before insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
I'm so tired of this fucking game, like genuinely, bro. Like, this is some fucking bullshit right here.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. Down to one friendly.
Flanking you from the stairs, dude. Flanking you from the stairs.
All friendlies have been eliminated. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Ten seconds before insertion. 5 seconds to go. You must locate and defuse a bomb.
You're so old school, Maverick. I can help bring you into this century.
You located a bomb.
I'd rather not trap myself behind the screen.
Swapping mags.
What the fuck? He's just sitting there.
We're online. Cam deployed.
Breaching!
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Sending a payload. Tego countdown on.
One op 4 remaining.
Payload on target.
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful. use your drone to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Torch is on.
Hold on.
The diffuser has been secured.
Enemy camera. I'm reloading.
One op 4 remaining. The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Oh, hold on. They've got cams. Breathe. It'll
How the
help.
fuck did he die?
The diffuser is now secured.
Flashbang out. Flash out.
All clear nearby. Nothing to worry about near me.
Op 4 eliminated. You need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to go. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
You can solve any problem with good trajectory calculations.
Don't forget, we've got a job to do.
Limo ready!
Someone in.
Wait. Threat detected.
Launching frag
This
grenade.
area is hostile.
Pledge out!
Immediate area hostile free.
Deploy to clear field. I have you covered! Time to move forward. Took a shield back.
Running up and running.
Talon shield on the ground.
We can push forward! Let's proceed slowly!
Hold on. I have intel.
Your last stop standing. Diffuser is now secure.
What the
You must
fuck?
recover the diffuser. Friendly, last operator standing. We have been eliminated. Secure the bombs. Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly. Down to 10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb.
SWAT Mobbing!
Holy shit.
Wall secure!
Stay clear. Doorway trapped. Stay clear of blast zone. Doorway trapped. Stay clear of blast zone.
The new recruits performed well in the initial. Follow up no time for showing off the mission.
Device primed. Keep an eye on door.
Night Haven site. Promises were made when I reached out.
Piss off! You fucking muppet! Loading new magazine.
Oh my god, I couldn't fucking see this goddamn fucking Indian chud.
One friendly operator remaining. Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated.
Alright, chat. Well, I'm finna go take a smoke break real quick. And yeah, we gonna go get stoned real quick, and I'm gonna be right back in about 40 minutes. So let me set a timer real quick. All right, and I will see y'all guys in about 40 minutes.
Websites every day, because anytime you're on the internet you have to go to a website, and when it comes to websites, not all are created equally. And no, I'm not talking about Reddit. I'm talking about illegal websites. Websites that have either been banned or have law enforcement attached to them. Websites that are criminal. Now before I get any further into this video, I just want to say that I'm not condoning any illegal activity at all. Obviously, this is just pretty fun to learn about. It's like a documentary. This is informative, educational, and interesting. So I'm not condoning anything illegal or criminal. But I wanted to learn about some more illegal websites, so I researched some and I came to this iceberg I made. So yeah, let's just get into this. But if you want to know a really good not illegal website, it is the Poi YouTube channel subscribe button. So go ahead and subscribe if you want. Follow my Instagram and join my Discord as well if you want. And let's get into this. Layer 1. This top layer covers the big names everyone's heard of. These sites aren't very hidden, and they represent the first time that ordinary internet users realized the web could be a place for genuinely illegal activity. The Pirate Bay is the perfect example. Founded in Sweden in 2003, it quickly became the most notorious torrent index in the world, hosting magnet links for movies, music, software, and more. By the way, really quick, it's worth quickly explaining what a torrent is before we go any further. So a torrent isn't a single file you download from one place, it's a system for sharing files between users directly. Instead of a central server hosting a movie or a game you want to download, everyone who's already downloaded it helps upload pieces of it to others at the same time. It's kind of confusing, but basically when someone uses a torrent site like the Pirate Bay, they're not downloading from the website itself. The site just lists where those files are being shared, and then the real transfer happens between users' computers using a torrent client. And that's what makes these sites so hard to kill off. There's no secret server to shut down, there's just millions of people passing files around. Okay, anyway, let's get back into the Pirate Bay. Its founders, Gottfried Swartholm, Peter Sunde, and Friedrich Nej, were eventually tried and convicted, but the site refused to die. Over the years, the Pirate Bay has been raided multiple times, had its domain seized, and its servers moved between countries and even to cloud-based virtual hosts. But it's still online today, like, still, it's kind of crazy. Next up is Kickass Torrents, or KAT, which briefly overtook the Pirate Bay as the biggest torrent site on Earth. It ran from 2008 until 2016, when its alleged founder, Artem Wolin, was arrested in Poland. KAT felt more polished than the Pirate Bay. Customizable categories, slick design, curated content, and that professional look made its downfall even bigger news. When it vanished, millions of users migrated to mirrors and clones that popped up almost instantly. And by the way, I'm going through these early entries really quickly just because they're ones that people already know about, so then the deeper stuff will be more interesting and more detailed. Next up is Mega Upload, founded by Kim.com in 2005. Unlike torrent sites, Mega Upload wasn't just a link aggregator, it was a full-blown file hosting service that made it easy to share massive pirated files directly. It was used by everyone from casual users to professional uploaders who made money off premium downloads. In 2012, the US government staged a dramatic raid on .com's mansion in New Zealand, seizing servers worldwide. Also, I don't know if .com is his real name. I don't know, it probably changed it because whenever I googled it, it said that he's also known as Kim Tim Jim Vester, which also sounds like a fake name, so I don't know what the fuck this guy's real name is. But .com is a fire name. Anyway, this whole case became a global debate about copyright, jurisdiction, and whether hosting content counts as enabling privacy. And the sheer scale of that bust, worth hundreds of millions in alleged losses, was unlike anything the internet had ever seen before. Omegle. Omegle started as something totally different from the dark, unsafe reputation it eventually earned. Launched in 2009 by a developer named Leaf K. Brooks, it was a simple idea. Connect two random strangers in a text or video chat. No accounts, no names, just you and stranger. At first, it was weird but innocent fun. Teenagers, bored college kids, and random internet users would hop on to talk, joke around, or meet random people. But anonymity cuts both ways. That same no rules, no identity setup made Omegle a magnet for predators, harassment, and illegal activity. Over the years, it got flooded with explicit behavior, bots, and people using it for exploitation or blackmail. The site tried to fight back, adding moderation, interest tags, and a monitored chat mode, but it never really worked. The volume of abuse reports kept growing, and watchdog groups began linking Omegle to grooming cases and serious crimes. By the early 2020s, Omegle's reputation was beyond saving. What started as a quirky social experiment had turned into a global safety concern. In November 2023, following a major lawsuit that accused the platform of enabling child exploitation, Brooks announced that Omegle was shutting down permanently. And in his farewell message, he admitted the site could no longer exist safely in the modern internet climate. And then finally, the last one in this first layer was the Silk Road. Silk Road changed the conversation entirely by showing that illegal activity didn't just mean pirating movies, it could mean running a literal entire underground economy. Created by Ross Ulbricht, or Dread Pirate Roberts, in 2011, Silk Road was a Tor hidden marketplace where people could buy drugs, forged IDs, and other contraband using Bitcoin. It felt revolutionary and terrifying at the same time. A libertarian experiment in free trade that also unleashed a new form form of organized online crime. When the FBI shut it down in 2013 and arrested Ulbricht, it sent shockwaves through both law enforcement and the tech world. It proved anonymity networks could host fully functional black markets, and it inspired an entire wave of other darknet markets that we're gonna talk about in these deeper layers of the iceberg. So that was layer 1. Let's get into layer 2, guys. Starting with Alpha Bay. Alpha Bay was the biggest darknet market in the world. Basically an online black market that lived on the Tor network, which is a system designed to keep users anonymous. Tor stands for the Onion Router, and it works by bouncing your internet traffic through several encrypted layers, kind of like passing a message through multiple sealed envelopes. Each relay only knows the one before and after it, so nobody sees the full route from sender to receiver. That anonymity is what made Tor the go-to place for buying and selling illegal things online. Drugs, stolen data, counterfeit money, hacking tools, you name it, just like Silk Road. Alpha Bay launched in 2014, right after the original Silk Road was taken down, and it quickly became the dominant marketplace. Its creator went by the name Alpha 02, later revealed to be a Canadian man named Alexandra Kays. And he wasn't some mysterious hacker in a basement, he was living in Thailand, married, driving luxury cars, and running his empire from a laptop. What made Alpha Bay so successful was how professional it looked compared to earlier markets. It had a clean interface, decent customer support, escrow systems to hold buyer funds until delivery. It even supported multiple cryptocurrencies, not just Bitcoin, which made transactions even harder to trace. After a few years, Alpha Bay was the heart of the darknet economy. At its peak, it had over 200,000 users and tens of thousands of vendors. Everything from narcotics to stolen credit card data to fake IDs was sold there daily. It was so big that law enforcement agencies around the world started pooling resources to take it down. In 2017, that operation finally came together, a joint effort by the FBI, DEA, Europol, and Thai authorities. Kays was arrested in Bangkok, and Alpha Bay's servers were seized from multiple countries at once in a coordinated raid. After his arrest, Kays was found dead in his cell just days later, officially ruled a suicide. The takedown of Alpha Bay was announced publicly soon after, and it sent shockwaves through the darknet world. For a while, users thought it might have been an exit scam, where admins steal all of the site's funds and disappear, because that kind of thing did happen a lot back then. But once the FBI released proof of the seizure, it became clear it was a real, law enforcement hit. Hansa Market. Hansa was one of those darknet markets that flew under the radar for a while. Steady, quiet, not flashy. It started in 2015 and ran on the Tor network, just like Alpha Bay and Silk Road. On the surface, it looked like any other dark market. Listings for drugs, stolen data, weapons, and fake documents. It wasn't the biggest, but it had a decent reputation because it actually worked. Vendors were reliable, transactions usually went smoothly, and the admins kept it fairly clean compared to some sketchier markets out there. But in 2017, Hansa became the centerpiece of one of the most brilliant sting operations in darknet history. While everyone was focused on Alpha Bay, law enforcement, especially the Dutch National Police working with Europol and the FBI, secretly took control of Hansa. Not shut it down, took it over. They'd already managed to seize its servers quietly a month before Alpha Bay was raided. Instead of announcing the bust, they kept Hansa running, acting like nothing had changed. When Alpha Bay was taken offline that July, hundreds of thousands of panicked users fled the shutdown and looked for a new home. And many of them ended up right on Hansa, which at that point was literally being operated by cops. That's the genius of it. Every message, every transaction, every attempted login was being logged by law enforcement in real time. They collected mountains of data on buyers, sellers, Bitcoin wallets, shipping addresses, even the specific ways vendors try to cover their tracks. After a few weeks of this covert monitoring, Europol finally pulled the plug. They announced the coordinated Alpha Bay Hansa operation together, showing just how far global cybercrime enforcement had come. And for the darknet community, it was a gut punch. Nobody knew who to trust anymore, because if one of the biggest markets could secretly be run by police, any of them could. And it actually made a lot of people disappear for a while or switch to private invite-only setups. So yeah, pretty cool, but guys, don't order anything illegal or do anything illegal online, okay? It's bad. It's a bad thing to do. Don't do it, please. Dream Market. Dream Market was kind of the old reliable of the darknet world. It launched around 2013, just after the chaos following Silk Road's shutdown, and it managed to stick around for years while almost every other major market got raided, scammed, or just vanished overnight. It ran on Tor, of course, same onion address structure, same basic setup, but Dream Market had a reputation for being steady and relatively drama-free. Vendors sold the same usual lineup, along with digital services like malware kits or fulls, which are complete identity data like packs of people. You could buy someone's whole identity. What made Dream stand out was its longevity. It lasted over 5 years, which in darknet terms is ancient. Most markets barely make it to their second birthday. The admins were quiet, disciplined, and clearly cautious about security. But by early 2019, things started to go sideways. Dream Market began suffering massive DDoS attacks, basically floods of junk or fake scam traffic meant to overwhelm and crash the servers. The site was constantly down or lagging. Vendors were getting paranoid and rumors started spreading fast. Some said the site had been compromised by law enforcement, others thought it was being extorted by hackers demanding a protection money, and some believed the admins themselves were pulling an exit scam. A classic move again where it means that they just take all the escrowed cryptocurrency and vanish. In March 2019, the admin known as Speed Stepper announced that Dream would shut down voluntarily and move to a partner service. That partner never materialized. Within weeks, the market went offline completely, taking its users' funds with it. Whether it was seized, sold out, or self-destructed is still unclear. No big arrests followed and no one ever fully confirmed what happened. Evolution Market. Evolution was one of those darknet markets that kind of felt too good to be true, and in the end it was. It launched around early 2014, right after Silk Road 2.0 started falling apart, and quickly became the go-to site for thousands of users. So it was doing great, but then in March 2015, everything fell apart overnight. Users woke up to find that all withdrawals were frozen. No one could move their Bitcoin out of escrow, and the site's staff suddenly stopped responding. Within hours, the entire market vanished. The domain went dead, forums were silent, and millions of dollars in cryptocurrency were just gone. The admins, known as Verto and Kimball, had pulled an exit scam. At the time, it was one of the biggest betrayals in darknet history. According to reports, including coverage from Wired and The Guardian, the pair likely made off with somewhere between 10 million and 12 million in Bitcoin, though exact numbers are impossible to verify. The entire event became a wake-up call for the community. Like, even if a market looks legitimate, you shouldn't always completely trust it. And that was layer 2, guys. Let's get into layer 3. Starting with carding forums and shops. Carding is the ugly, boring backbone of a lot of online theft. It's the trade in stolen payment credentials and the marketplaces that sell them. On these forums and shop-style sites, people sell and buy things like CVV lists, which are card numbers plus security code plus expiration, dumps, which are raw magnetic strip data grabbed from skimmers or breaches, and fulls, which again are full identity packages with name, social security number, email, phone, address, sometimes even date of birth. Sellers will list what they've got, the country and bank the card is from, balances or limits, and a price. And the better or more the info, the higher the price. These places aren't just Craigslist for stolen cards, they're structured. There are threads with tutorials, low-level shit, vendor shops, escrow systems, and reputation scores so buyers can avoid obvious scams. Vendors build reputations the same way that sellers do anywhere. Reliable product, fast delivery, good support. Except here, delivery means providing a working card data or access to a breached database. Many marketplaces mix forum-style discussion with shop front end so vendors can show past feedback and buyers can file disputes when something's fake. It's kind of weird how much honor and respect these fucking criminals have. The ecosystem also includes a whole service stack. You see people offering skimmer hardware, malware that harvests online checkout details, carding tutorials, mostly recycled garbage and traps for newbies, and services to convert stolen data into cash out operations, mule recruitment, reshipping schemes, fake merchant accounts, and gift card laundering. There's a logistics layer where stolen goods get turned into spendable value. That's where real organized groups make the most money, not the one-off card seller. Law enforcement has repeatedly targeted these hubs because they're so profitable and traceable when people slip up. Big data breaches and card dumps get traced, vendors get doxxed after OPSEC failures, and major shops have been taken down in coordinated operations. Still, the market persists because stolen data is generated constantly. New breaches, skimmers at gas stations, phishing campaigns, and there's always demand from fraudsters who want quick cash or easy goods. Also, really quick, I just want to note right here, again, I'm explaining how the ecosystem works, but I'm not explaining how to do any of it. Any operational details or how-to stuff is illegal, and I am not helping with that. Next up, exploit/malware bazaars. Bazaars? I've never known how to pronounce this word. I've always seen it written out? Let's find out once and for all. I'm gonna Google it, guys, right here. Bazaars. Okay, bazaars. So these are basically black market classified sites where people advertise and sell digital weapons. Exploits, which are ways to break into softwares or systems. Malware, which is software that does bad stuff like steals data, locks files, or spies on people. And services to run attacks for you. Some are open enough that any buyer can browse listings. The highest value places are invite only and heavily vetted. They pick who gets in because the goods are expensive and the sellers want fewer heat risks. Now, a 0 day is a special kind of exploit. It targets a security bug nobody's publicly fixed yet. 0 day means the vendor or developer has 0 days to patch it before it can be used, so it's fresh and valuable. Buyers pay big money for 0 days because they let attackers get into systems before anyone knows how to stop them. There are also 1 day or in-day exploits, which are bugs that have been disclosed but not patched everywhere, and those sell too, but for less money. On here you'll also see ads for malware as a service, meaning someone rents out software that does the dirty work. Botnets, which are networks of hijacked computers you can command. Ransomware, which locks files and demands money. RATs, which stands for Remote Access Trojans, and these are programs that give a remote attacker control of a machine. And C2 services, which stands for Command and Control, and these are the backend systems that send instructions to infected machines. Sellers often offer support or updates to make the tools look more reliable. And yeah, it's that organized. Prices, escrow, and trust systems matter a lot on these sites. High-end exploit brokers and malware sellers will demand escrow, which is a third party that holds payment until buyer confirms delivery, or they'll use multi-sig crypto wallets to avoid rug pulls. They post proof of concept demos, screenshots, or videos to prove their product works. But that proof can be faked, so buyers still vet sellers hard. That's why invite-only communities exist. Reputation is currency. People with good track records can charge way more. But who buys this stuff, and why? State actors and private spy groups sometimes buy 0 days for targeted surveillance. Criminal gangs buy botnets, ransomware kits, and credential harvesting tools to steal money, extort victims, or run large fraud operations. Even script kiddies, which are inexperienced attackers, can rent ready-made tools instead of writing the code themselves, which broadens the pool of potential attackers. Law enforcement cares about these bazaars because they're a single place where a lot of criminal activity can be traced or at least disrupted. Investigations target sellers, the infrastructure of their C2 servers, and middlemen who launder payments. Sometimes undercover agents get invited into these groups, and sometimes vendors slip up and expose real identities. And that's how many busts happen. I'm describing how the market works, not how to use it. Any operational details or instructions would cross into illegal territory, and I'm not doing that. Sorry guys, I just gotta keep repeating that so the YouTube overlords don't like kill me or whatever. They wouldn't actually kill me, but you know what I mean. Nulled/cracking communities. Nulled and cracking are just two words for the same shady corner of the internet where people trade pirated software, stolen license keys, and the tools to bypass copy protection. A crack is a patch or tool that breaks a program's copyright protection so it runs without an official license. A keygen is a program that spits out fake serial numbers so the app thinks it's been legitimately activated. Wares is the old school name for pirated software packages, sometimes wrapped up by people who repack installers to make them easy to run. So basically you get a software like a game or any kind of paid software. But if you don't want to pay for it, you can go online to these and get a crack, which I am not condoning you do, this is just a hypothetical for sake of explanation. So these cracks are the same software, but without requiring any sort of key or account to get in. For example, people do this a lot with Adobe software like Photoshop. Now on the surface, this looks like your average pirate scene. Downloads, uploaders, and a rep section where people swap releases. But the ugly part is how often these files are weaponized. Many cracking sites and repack installers are malware laden, meaning the installer contains things like Trojans, backdoors, or crypto miners that slip onto your computer while you think you're just installing Photoshop for free. The attacker's goal isn't just to give you a free program, it's to get persistence on your machine, steal credentials, credentials, join it to a botnet, or harvest payment data. So yeah, what looks like a bargain can quickly become a nightmare. These communities show up in a few ways. Forum hubs where threads list new cracks and serials, file hosting links on public clouds, or invite-only Telegram or Discord channels where repackers sell clean copies. There's also a commercial side. Some actors sell builds with claimed malware removed or offer custom crack services. Reputation matters here a lot. Vendors with a long history charge more, but trust is dangerous. A vendor with a perfect rep today can push an update tomorrow that implants spyware. From a law and harm angle, nulled communities also fuel bigger crimes. Repacked software is a common vector for supply chain infections. You install what you think is a normal app and then suddenly an attacker controls the machine. Leaked license servers or cracked activation servers can be used at scale to distribute illegal copies across businesses. And the people who make and sell these tools are often part of wider cybercriminal ecosystems. So basically, there's usually no such thing as a free software, at least when it's one that's usually paid for. Grams/dark web search engines. Back when darknet markets were exploding, someone tried to make the dark web feel a little less like a scavenger hunt and a little more like Google. That's basically what Grams and a handful of other dark web search tools were. Indexes that scrawled .onion pages and pulled listings into one searchable place. Instead of bouncing between 5 different markets to find what you wanted, you could hit a search box and see results across several marketplaces at once. Pretty useful and pretty tempting for anyone who wanted to monetize traffic or manipulate buyers. A couple quick terms here while we're on this. Indexing means automatically scanning pages and storing the content so you can search it later. A crawler or spider is the bot that does the scanning, and a honeypot is when a site pretends to be a normal service but is actually a trap set up to catch people or collect intel. More on why that matters in a sec. Those search engines made buying and comparing stuff easier, but they came with obvious problems. First, they relied on scraping other people's content. That content changes fast, vendors move, markets die, so search results were often stale or wrong. Second, they became targets for manipulation. Vendors could pay for visibility, fake listings could be promoted, and malicious actors could inject links that led to phishing pages or scam markets. Third, and this is huge, some search engines were basically affiliate farms or outright shady operations. They'd redirect traffic through affiliate links, skim crypto, or hand users off to compromised or cop-run markets. That turned a convenience into a risk real quick. Blackbook. Blackbook, also known as the Facebook of Tor, was a dark web hidden social media service that appeared on Tor in 2011, structured very similarly to Facebook. Users could make profiles, send friend requests, create groups, send messages, and share pictures. In 2013, it gained modest traction with privacy-focused users in some illicit communities, but remained much smaller than dark web markets, but as a noteworthy social space and community rather than just for like illicit commerce or file sharing. By 2017, Blackbook was one of several Tor social projects, along with Torbook clones. It's noted by researchers that its existence is mainly curiosity compared to mainstream dark web markets. But in 2018, reports started to surface that Blackbook had been hacked several times. The breaches disabled the site and caused loss of trust among users, and after repeated compromises, the site failed to recover and eventually went offline. Some users did genuinely use the site as a sort of private version of Facebook, keeping all their information and posts about themselves as personal as possible. The Hub Forum. The Hub Forum was a dark web forum site infamous for discussions of contract killings, extreme pornography, and doxing services. Think of it kinda like Reddit for the dark web. People used it to review vendors and markets, share tutorials on anonymization, encryption, and operational security, and recruit or advertise for illicit services. Silk Road's takedown caused other dark web marketplaces to boom, ones not as well documented or reviewed yet. The site launched in 2015 as a general purpose dark web forum, but the hub made itself a place to discuss vendors, markets, and security. It gained attention quickly because it offered centralized discussion at a time when marketplaces were so fragmented. By early 2017, the hub was frequently offline and its trust eroded. Some users speculated that admins either abandoned it or they just cashed out in an exit scam. And that's the end of Layer 3, so let's get into Layer 4 now. Starting with Black Market Reloaded /BMR. Black Market Reloaded was one of the early big dark web bazaars that actually started shaping what later markets looked like. It showed up around the tail end of the 2000s and into the early 2010s and quickly became a hub where dozens, then hundreds of vendors sold everything from pills to powders to forged documents and digital goods. What made BMR important wasn't that it was the flashiest or the best, it's that it helped normalize a bunch of features that people on the dark web take for granted now. Cleanly organized vendor storefronts, public feedback and reputation threads, basic escrow for transactions, and integrated forums where buyers and sellers could argue disputes or post guides. People trusted it more than random forum sales because you could check a vendor's feedback history and see dispute threads. Small trust signals that matter a lot when everyone's anonymous. That trust encouraged more professional vendors to consolidate across markets, sell in one shop but maintain a presence everywhere, which in turn made the whole ecosystem feel more like a real marketplace instead of a sketchy bazaar. BMR also exposed the weak points: shipping risk, vendor exit scams, and the basic problem that anonymous markets always face. Someone, somewhere, eventually screws up. Agora, Valhalla, Abraxas, and other short-lived markets. After Silk Road and Black Market Reloaded were taken down, a whole wave of copycat markets popped up trying to fill the gap. Agora was the biggest and most stable of that bunch. It launched in 2013 and quickly became the main marketplace for the next couple of years. It worked like the others: anonymous vendors, Bitcoin payments, escrow, but it stood out for how careful its admins were. They were obsessed with security, constantly moving servers, rotating addresses, and avoiding publicity. That paranoia actually kept them safe for a while. Agora wasn't taken down by police, it shut itself down in 2015 after detecting what looked like a major security flaw in Tor. The admins said they didn't want to risk user data being exposed, so they voluntarily closed. That made Agora one of the few dark web markets to walk away clean instead of being busted or scamming its users. Then you have Valhalla, sometimes called Silkitty, which was more popular in Northern Europe, especially Finland. It started around 2013 too, and stuck around until 2019 when Finnish police secretly took control of it and ran it for months to gather information before announcing the bust. It's basically a smaller regional example of what happened with Hansa, law enforcement quietly operating a live market from the inside. Abraxas came a bit later, in 2015, and looked like it might replace Agora after it closed. It grew super fast but vanished less than a year later in a classic exit scam, taking user funds and disappearing without warning. No one was arrested, and it reminded everyone that even trusted markets can flip on you overnight. That pattern, sites rising fast, operating for a year or two and then imploding, is just the natural rhythm of the darknet. Markets constantly appear, shut down, rebrand, or get seized. Users migrate in circles chasing the next safe place, but every time one falls, a new name pops up to replace it. Hidden wiki variants and onion directories. The hidden wiki started as a simple idea: a single page that lists useful .onion sites, forums, market services, so people don't have to guess addresses. A lot of that convenience is why clones and forks spread like weeds. When people talk about hidden wiki variants, they mean dozens, maybe hundreds, of copycat directories that look, at a glance, like a helpful index of the dark web. In practice, these pages are just link lists, categories, short descriptions, and onion addresses, the weird strings that end in onion. That's it. Simple, searchable, feels helpful. But here's the catch: a directory is only as trustworthy as whoever runs it. Many of these forks are benign or just messy mirrors, but a surprising number are actively malicious. Some are affiliate farms that replace the legit market link with one that credits the directory owner for any purchases. That owner skims a cut. Others are phishing pages that mimic a real market's name and send users to lookalike sites designed to steal login details or crypto. And then you get full-on honeypots, pages set up by cops or vigilantes to gather info on people who click, or by criminals trying to route traffic to scam markets. So a single click on a directory link can redirect you into a trap, or at least a place you didn't mean to be. Exit scam marketplaces. After Evolution pulled its massive rug in 2015, exit scam basically became a running joke and a constant fear in the darknet world. The pattern is always the same. A market builds trust over time, users start depositing larger amounts of crypto into escrow, and then suddenly everything stops. Everything freezes, and within a few days the entire site disappears, the admins walk off with the funds, leaving nothing but a splash page or a dead link. These scams are so common because of how darknet economies work. There's no real oversight, no regulator, and no way to sue anonymous admins. Markets live and die on reputation, but the longer a site runs, the more money sits in escrow and the bigger the temptation is just to take it. Some admins plan their exit from day one, others genuinely run things until paranoia or greed kicks in. It's easy to stage too. DDoS the site a few times times to create panic, announce maintenance, and then vanish with millions in Bitcoin. After evolution, dozens of smaller markets followed that same blueprint. Abraxas, Outlaw, Dark Ode, Olympus, and others, each promising to be safer, each eventually disappearing. Users started joking that every market had two possible endings, a raid or a ripoff. It also forced buyers and vendors to adapt, switching to multi-signature escrow, where both sides and a third-party key have to approve withdrawals, or direct deals with vendors they personally trust. But the threat never really goes away. Serial Killers Inc. Do you want to buy authentic true crime collectibles for your serial killer collection? Serial Killers Inc. has got you covered. From things like paintings signed by John Wayne Gacy to inmate ID badges of some of the former Manson family, they have pages upon pages of listings of murderabilia. Now, I'm trying to make light of this, but this is this is disturbing. I'm not trying to make light of it. I mean, like, I'm trying to use humor so it's not as disturbing. I'm not trying to make light of it. Fuck, I misspoke there. My fault, guys. This is horrible and it's disturbing. That I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Most of the items on this site are sold at very high prices, such as a postcard signed by Charles Manson going for $500 USD, and that's on the lower end. But it did come from the Charles Manson after all. The site was created in 2008 by a man named Eric Holler after eBay banned the sale of true crime memorabilia, and it quickly became the most popular true crime collectible company worldwide. Holler got the idea in the mid-90s when he began writing to inmates and collecting their artwork and crafts. Encouraged by a friend, he started trying to sell these items on eBay until murder memorabilia was banned on the site in 2001. In 2006, he resumed writing to inmates under the pen name Eric Gein as a nod to the infamous serial killer Ed Gein, corresponding with them to prepare for building a devoted platform. The website officially launched on December 1st, 2008, and by 2009 in February, it was complete and redesigned to include a fully fledged online store selling inmate artwork, letters, hair, clothing, and other items. It was featured in National Geographic's TV series Taboo Season 9 titled Living with the Dead, which aired in 2012. And despite the legal challenges, Serial Killers Inc. operated until April 10th, 2024. That's the end of Layer 4. Let's get into Layer 5. Cannibal Cafe. The Cannibal Cafe was one of the first notorious examples of how far internet forums could go when left unmoderated. It was a small website based in Canada where users shared cannibalism-related fantasies, writing stories, posting role plays, and talking openly about their desires. The content was mostly text-based, but it was disturbing enough to attract global attention when investigators realized that a few real-world crimes had been connected to people who met through forums like it. The most famous case linked to this kind of site was that of Armin Mewis, the German man who was famous for having ended and ate a willing participant he met online in 2001. He didn't specifically use Cannibal Cafe, but he used a similar form inspired by it. And his case is what made the world realize that these weren't just urban legends, people were actually meeting through these communities centered on extreme themes. After that, the Cannibal Cafe was shut down, and similar sites either went underground or were banned by hosts. The site itself technically wasn't illegal on day one. It operated under the banner of free speech and fantasy expression, but it quickly became infamous for how quickly fantasy blurred into real-world violence. Best Gore. Best Gore was one of the most infamous shock sites of the modern internet, a place where people uploaded and watched real footage of death, accidents, and violent crimes. It was created by a Slovak-Canadian man named Mark Merrick, who said the goal was to, quote, show the reality the media hides. In practice, though, it became known as one of the darkest corners of the web, a site where raw, unfiltered violence was treated as casual entertainment, and the website that all your friends in like fucking middle school were gonna prank you with. The content was real, not movie gore or staged horror, and that's what made it both infamous and disturbing. Users submitted clips of car crashes, war zones, cartel killings, and even crime-related scene photos. And actually, I want to point out that this was not a dark web site either. Best Gore was a clear-net site, meaning you could reach it without any special browsers. For a while, it spread fast on Reddit and 4chan because people would link shocking videos just to freak each other out. So yeah, over time, that kind of exposure built a cult following, but also attracted a lot of moral outrage. Things escalated in 2012 when the site was tied to the Luke Magnotta case, a Canadian murderer who uploaded his crime video online and whose footage appeared briefly on Best Gore before being removed and reported. That single connection made headlines worldwide and brought police to the site's door. Merrick was later charged with corrupting morals, a rare Canadian law, and Best Gore became a legal lightning rod for the question of whether showing reality is journalism or exploitation. It slowly declined after that, and it was eventually taken offline in 2019, partly due to legal pressure and partly because the culture that supported it moved to other platforms. Next up we have Welcome to Video. This entry refers to one of the biggest and most disturbing law enforcement busts ever carried out against a hidden service network, and it was about distributing child material. Welcome to Video was a dark website that operated for several years before being dismantled in a coordinated international investigation around 2019. The operation involved agencies from the US, South Korea, the UK, and several other countries. Investigators traced cryptocurrency transactions that had been used to pay for access, followed those money trails back through exchanges, and then used that data to identify both the site's operator and thousands of users worldwide. Thank God. Authorities rescued many victims and secured hundreds of arrests. This one, I don't want to spend too much time here, but goddamn. This is the truly evil shit that happens in the dark web. Ah, fuck. That's the end of layer 5, so let's get into layer 6. Unverifiable script kiddie onion services. These are the tiny, often trashy .onion sites you hear about in Reddit threads. The download this free database or run this cheat tool pages that promise easy wins and never deliver. The people behind them are usually inexperienced hackers or scammers. The insult for that crowd is script kiddies. Because these sites are small, short-lived, and barely maintained, they're almost impossible to verify. One minute they're up with a flashy promise, and then the next they're gone or replaced with a blank page. And these services are dangerous because they're low-effort scams and traps that prey on curiosity. Newbies click the links thinking they'll get free tools or data, and instead they just get their device infected, their login credentials harvested, or their crypto wallets drained. Even worse, some of these sites deliberately log IPs or ask for verification that reveals identifying info, which can lead to doxing or law enforcement attention. Because the operators are sloppy, traces often lead back to real people, but not reliably enough for anyone to trust the site. Mythic undead markets. These are the ghost stories of the darknet. Market names that refuse to die. Every few years, a long dead marketplace suddenly comes back, usually under the same name and logo, claiming to be the original team returning after years underground. Almost always, though, it's fake. What's actually happening is something called domain squatting, scammers grabbing an old market's onion address or a slightly misspelled version of it to trick nostalgic or careless users into logging in and depositing money. Once the crypto hits their wallets, they disappear. It's a pattern that's happened so many times, it's basically tradition. Sites like Silk Road, Alphabet, and Agora have all returned from the dead, quote unquote, and in copycat form at some point. Reddit and Dread, which is a dark web forum, light up every time it happens, with users arguing over whether it's real or a setup. Occasionally, a site will even post stolen screenshots or reuse code to look convincing. But when people dig deeper, they find missing PGP keys, which is the cryptographic signatures the real admins would have used, weird wallet addresses, or lazy copy-paste design work. It's kind of fucked up, but I mean, everything about this video is fucked up, so. Backpage. Backpage started out looking like a clone of Craigslist, a big, messy, classified site where people could post ads for jobs, apartments, cars, or services. It was founded in 2004 by two men, Michael Lacey and Jim Larkin, who had already built an alt-weekly media company. For a while, Backpage just ran as another piece of that business, community listings and personals. But by the early 2010s, its adult services section had become its main draw and main source of income. That's where escorts, massage providers, and eventually, sadly, traffickers were advertising. At first, the company defended those listings under free speech arguments, saying that they were simply hosting third-party content the same way Craigslist or Facebook did. Critics, including advocacy groups and police, argued that the adult section had turned into a massive marketplace for sex trafficking, including, you know. Investigations by outlets like the Washington Post and the New York Times found ads that clearly described trafficking situations, and court filings later showed that the company's staff sometimes edited posts instead of removing them, supposedly to make them look less explicit while keeping the ad revenue. Years of pressure built up. Congress passed new laws like FOSTA SESTA, which made websites legally responsible if users used them for sex trafficking activities. In April 2018, the FBI seized Backpage's domains and arrested its founders and several executives. The seizure banner that replaced the homepage became one of the defining images of the fight over online liability. Millions of ads were wiped overnight, and law enforcement agencies around the world suddenly lost one of their best sources for tracking trafficking activity. Because as much as it was exploited, investigators also used it to find victims. Thank you for getting to the end of the video, guys. This is the end. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I had a good time with this one. Well, not really, because it was kind of disturbing and fucked up, but you know what I mean. I love making videos for you guys. This shit's interesting to learn about. It's disturbing, but it's interesting. I hope you all have a great night, everyone. Sweet dreams.
All right, chat. We are back. We are back.
We need to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Ten seconds before insertion. 5 seconds. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Loading bag!
Reloading!
Blast area!
Deploying shock drone.
You must recover the
What? There's no way I do. What? This game's a robbery. This game's a robbery. What? There's no way. Oh my god.
Go on, hive set.
And then look at our team. Like, what are we doing? Brody say every game a robbery. Shit, whenever I get off
Reloading.
stream,
Cover me.
yeah, this.
Drone's ready.
What's this icon I'm seeing, bro? It's like I don't know what I'm
Max.
looking at. What is this icon you have beside your name? Oh, you trying to get on Siege?
Good. K1 deployed.
But you don't got rank though.
diffuser
I know
is
that.
active, protected at all costs.
But yeah, I mean, shit, if you want to hop on Siege, shit, let's hop on Siege. But I gotta finish this
Op
game
4
out though,
eliminated.
cause you can't leave, I can't leave my game. Bro, I don't know why Siege has this, but I mean, it's kind of a good thing if you think about it. Cause like, if motherfuckers leave when you really need them, they'll get penalized for it. Like they'll kind of get a penalty for it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of worth it. You know what I'm saying? They should probably do that with Fortnite rank. Every time you leave the game, you should get a penalty for it, to where you should, like, you can't play rank for a certain amount of time. That would probably be cool. Not gonna lie. Alright. I gotta turn the keyboard on.
You need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb.
second. This is...
Insertion in 10 seconds.
This is a
5
little
seconds.
bit kind of buggy, I ain't gonna lie with you.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Cookie set. Hey, car, it's hot.
Apparently, I do not see your... Hold on, let me see if I can invite you. Hold on. See if you can join that.
You must recover the diffuser.
Wait,
One
threat
eye ready.
detected. This area is hostile.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What it do? What it do?
I'm not gonna get it.
You just woke up?
Oh yeah. I was not expecting to wake up just now. It's up at like 6 in the morning. I'm on 5 hours of sleep. Tired as shit.
Down to one
Shit, they're
friendly.
in the back.
We have been eliminated.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. There is no way. Gotta lock in, team. I need to know what they doing.
I'll run some quick matches real quick.
Radical did.
How the fuck do I use?
Bro, some dude came into my chat this morning and he said, no, the first thing he said, yo, I'm taking a fat shit right now. That was his first words, by the way, is I'm taking a fat shit.
We need to locate a bomb.
How the fuck do I use?
And then he said, that shit's screamy. Smiley face emoji.
Oh,
Your
Like,
drone
what
has
the
found a bomb.
fuck?
God, this girl just went to purge. Yeah, how do I use Capital?
I hope that I'm talking loud. Okay, why can't... No, I'm not. Okay,
10 seconds
but
to go.
that doesn't mean I'm gonna wake him up. Okay,
5 seconds.
I'm
to
sorry for
insertion.
talking loud. Damn, I can't help it. I can't fucking hear myself.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Bro, getting tripped.
Oh. I'm not giving you excuses.
Let's use Valkyrie.
Maybe I don't want to now. Because of that. Like... What the fuck? Okay. Being on it. That's simple.
Clegg
maybe if you would have asked kindly, I would have been like, yeah, okay, I'll tone down a little.
Swapping mags.
But no, you gotta be an asshole. Not gonna make anything better for you. And what are my teammates doing? Why are we all pushing up in this one fucking hallway?
Hey, Thermite, come on 1 ping and blow this door up. I mean, this window up. Thermite, 1 ping, bro.
Damn, bro, got in trouble.
Nah, you just wanna be an asshole.
Who?
You must recover the diffuser.
My father.
Who?
One op 4 remaining.
I just stood up playing for no reason.
Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
But no. I don't care.
If you would have listened to me, Thermite, we would have blown that bitch up.
Bro, I can't wait till I get out of this crib. It's just gonna be immaculate.
What?
Huh? Did you hear me?
Yeah, you said you can't wait until you move out.
I thought you couldn't hear me. I thought I heard a huh? Oh no, maybe you talking a little too quiet today, bucko.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even know if I am. That's my fault. Oh. I'm just like, I don't know, just tired. So that's probably why my voice is so like low right now. And not fucking high. Ugh. Let's play some Seed.
This game needs to hurry up. Currently 2-1 right now. I mean, I'm currently going 0-2 right now, but like we're not gonna talk about it though. We're not gonna talk about me going out. Bro, I'm not locked in right now. That's the problem.
Alright,
I'm
so
just not locked in.
if you wanna make
Protect
my
the bomb.
voice sound like louder, go on your X, like go to X part, the Xbox party, click on like my name.
Oh, I can like configure your volume.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I didn't know that. I don't know if I'm that. Hold on.
Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
I don't know. Oh yeah, I'm able to. I forgot. I have that shit in my taskbar, so I'm able to just close the app.
Down to 10 seconds.
Wait, speak again.
Device primed. Keep an
5
eye.
seconds and counting.
I had to make sure.
Yeah.
Reinforcing wall!
Op 4 has
Making
located.
sure all the other team-
Because for me to like open up or see all my apps that are running in my background, I gotta what's it called? I gotta be on my primary monitor, which I'm currently on right now for Siege on my Xbox. So.
I'm confused.
Wall's done!
Yeah, where are you kids at? I'm
Oh
so
shit!
confused.
Teammates dead.
Changing mags!
Yo, I'm so confused right
And
now.
our teammate just killed himself because of the TK.
It's right there. Oh shit, I didn't even see him.
One friendly remaining.
Yo, I'm actually a drone. Oh yeah, I just recorded that, bro.
I hate this gun.
Such a drone. Holy. I just about died in like the dumbest way ever, bro. Some kid was like, I don't
One
even
op
know
four
how to
remaining.
see it. It's
Operators,
just,
swing other room. Just swing other room.
it's
Word,
kinda
I'm 7 and
embarrassing
2 right now.
to see.
I'm Diamond 1. Swing other room. Yes. Okay, there's only one person left. He's pretty low. He's coming in through that way. Just be careful. He might have switched directions though. Like to your left type shit. I wouldn't swing him. He's right there. Just go down the hatch. Go down the hatch. Go down the hatch. The hatch. The hatch.
I'm taking his comms.
Wrong way. Other way. Yep. Go left.
I see that, bro. I'm watching.
Yep. Go left. Stop running. Yeah. Go slow. Take it slow. Take it slow. Yep. Go left. Running. Yeah. It's Blackbeard, dude. He's slow as shit.
Let's be in a good boy.
No, take it that slow. Not that slow. There's only 15 seconds left. You might try to plant.
10 seconds left.
Oh yeah, he's wanting me to force him to plant.
5 seconds remaining. You've reached the time limit.
He didn't even plant. He didn't even have the ball. Oh my bad, I got a little too loud. But he didn't. Oh, that's why it's echo. Hey, turn my stream down, Bucko. Turn it down. I can hear myself.
And be quiet.
He didn't even have the bomb. What? What? That made no sense.
Goofy goober.
Go down basement. Do basement.
Oh yeah, I forgot, bro. Every time you win upstairs, always go basement if you have the option to next round. That's always what you do, bro. Just letting you know right now. Letting you know right now, Oz. That's what you do, Big Holmes.
Alright.
What, do you not want to be put on game or something? Like, what's your problem, dude?
Oh no, bro.
You want to be put on some Siege game?
I'm learning, bro. Chill.
I know. I'm also giving
Secure
you
the
some
bomb.
game to learn with too, man.
Fucking day on this thing. I should have come like that third. I always got the third day. Be playing because like most of the time I was just
That dude just wasted an impact for no reason. He just fucking threw it as a wall while he was reinforcing it. What an idiot.
Stand clear. ED mounted.
I wouldn't even do that.
Override complete.
Where did they escape that,
10 seconds
bro?
left.
Put on run, bro. I just can't find them.
5 seconds. You must protect your bombs from being defused by Op 4.
Oh my god, so confused.
I mean, I got one kill. So
Wall
I did
fortified! Barricade up!
Defuse the bomb, dumbasses. Oh, defuse the bomb.
I'm
not defuse it.
fucking God damn it! I can't get my words out. I gotta fucking protect the bomb.
I'm not talking to you, dipshit.
Who you talking to then, huh? Dipshit? Cause I know it's not me, dipshit.
No, it's not you. Can't really tell my teammates because I'm in a party, but their dumbasses don't know how to defuse a damn bomb.
Oh, you playing a game already?
Yeah, bro. Waiting for your ass to fucking finish the damn game. Bro, I'm gonna send you a clip that literally happened to me like not that long ago, bro. I don't even know how the fuck I didn't see that. It's crazy. I have to save it. Damn it.
Where are we going? Please. To your left, to your left, to your left. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm sorry.
You have been spotted by us. Fall back.
You could go up,
No, cause
up and
where's the
around
kid at? I
Mozzie,
don't
Op
think
4
I
located
but
a
that's
bomb.
dangerous because it's a 2v5. He's low, that's
like the
recruit.
kid just spawned from nowhere. Like the kid like just respawned into the game.
God damn, I can't fucking swing.
Op 4 has deployed a diffuser.
Bomb.
Need to destroy it.
A bomb.
One friendly remaining.
Spotted by us. Fall back.
I'm just gonna the club now.
Op 4 last stop standing. Diffuser located. Diffuser located.
What's the fuck's going on? There's no way that it- Hold off, hold off.
I'm sorry.
Mission
You
successful.
son of a bitch! You son of a bitch!
Yo, we actually
Yeah, it's
pulled
right
it
there.
off. Nah, that's diabolical, bro.
You have Jaeger black eyes? Put the Jaeger black eyes in my. I can't send you the video. What the hell? I have to send you over text.
Alright.
Like, I don't even know where the fuck the kid was. Like, I didn't see him. Or
Yeah,
maybe
you're
I'm
gonna-
just a fucking dumbass.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to not see kids that, you know, you're gonna die and then you're gonna be like, how the fuck did he kill me? But he was on some spot like, you know, you wouldn't, you know, expect to see him. But he could see you perfectly fine, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Crazy,
What, is
bro.
that what just happened, bro?
Yes, bro. Like, not even that long ago.
Alright, are you out of your game?
No, I'm in a game. Wait. No. I'm about to carry my team to victory. I just don't know where the kids are at, bro. Oh, right here. Oh. Yep. Corner.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. And, I'm gonna be right back, so yeah. No, right, chat, we are back. I ended up taking a short little shit, so my bad on that. And we are back. Are you still in the game though? Huh?
Yep.
No, my god. What, are you in a standard or in a quick match?
Quick match. Just
Oh, then leave it. You can leave it. What's the score looking
return
like
to
though?
menu. It's 1-1. Because
Yeah, fuck it. Come back to lobby. It don't matter.
my teammates got pissed on.
Yeah, don't
I'm in
worry.
lobby.
I'll piss on the enemy combatants.
Combatants. How the fuck do I use what's his name? How do I use Happy Towel? Whatever his name
So
is.
pretty much, he shoots he has like a little bow that I think shoots smokes and like fires, if I'm not wrong. So you can like switch between the two.
It says I have them, but
Yeah,
it
it's
doesn't
pretty
like
deep. It's pretty deep.
doesn't really like pop up once I use them.
You
Once I
pop out
can
at your
like
party. I'm with the gang, and it's gonna be a robbery.
invite me again, cause
Look like a chain. I'm a killer girl. I'm sorry, but I ain't changed. We ain't aiming for your body. Shots at your brain. Hey, I sent you an invite, by the way.
no, bro. I sent it to you now, cause it didn't like had an error or some shit. I don't know. Didn't let me. Yeah, didn't let me join,
All right, dude. Put us in a game, dude.
bro. I'm down, ladies. Ladies, come down. Ladies.
Okay,
Alright,
please
bro,
don't, please don't start playing TikToks while I'm live streaming. Please don't, or I'm gonna just leave
What's wrong with it, bro?
because I don't want to get copyright strike because of that shit, dude.
Damn.
Because every time I'm live or some shit, bro, and motherfuckers that don't live stream, they always blast shit in their fucking microphone, and it's like, dude, turn that shit off while I'm live streaming. Have some courtesy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I don't know if your dumbass is gonna, think of that as,
And shut up.
just waking up. So, I'll let it slide this time. But next time while I'm live, please don't doom scroll on TikTok or anything.
Watch your jinxie.
Bro, it's just doom scrolling TikTok. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because I was on my For You page and went. He's Valkyrie. I like Valkyrie.
So, I mean, if you want to know how the operator works, just click the menu button and it tells you how the operator works. I'm not gonna lie with you. So, for me to not have to explain to you how these motherfuckers work, like, you know how you did to return the lobby?
Yep.
Pretty much just press that and you should
Be
see a
ready to
little
eliminate
guide in
hostiles.
front of your face on how the operator works.
Yeah. Throwable
Alright, bet
cameras
that.
that stick to the surface and can be used Valkyrie. Used by Valkyrie and her team to gather intel. Why do you always use them?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, if you want, hold on. I'll show you.
5 seconds and counting.
Dude, I think there's I mean, shit. If you want to place one right here.
Bomb located by Op 4.
Oh,
Hey,
wrong,
you just
wrong,
threw a fucking...
wrong one. And be quiet. Shut up. Kinda got confused. My left and right are sometimes confusing me.
Oh shit, they're coming.
Yeah.
Oh shit, they're both dead.
Yeah, because I killed them, bro. Pissed on them.
Oh yeah, by the way, if you see any red lines in front of you, those are claymores. But for me, they're purple since I changed my enemy team.
Reloading.
This nigga's gonna be upstairs. No.
C4 out.
It's just like so yeah, he's gonna.
Friendly
Okay.
victorious. Hostiles
Almost just
eliminated.
blew you up. I was gonna think about blowing you up, but I didn't. Damn, I know you
Yeah.
saw how long my arms were and how far they just extended. I just picked that bitch up from like,
I just carried,
oh
bro.
no, bro. Oh God, bro, you almost just got an ace, bro.
Which is operators. Go back to Valkyrie. Close my door real quick. Ugh.
Yeah, cause Warden, the operator that I'm using has the same gun as you, by the way, that you're using right now. Just wanna let you know that real quick.
I'm gonna kill you, bro.
I would not do that in the game.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
It's gonna lower your reputation, and that's not a good thing, man.
I'm only gonna do it once.
Alright, well, it would be better off to just not tell me that you're gonna fucking kill me. It would just be better if you were fucking surprised.
Can't even kill you. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
you can't kill me in prep phase, dude.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna shoot you once.
10 seconds remaining.
How come I can't see my reflection?
5 seconds and counting. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage. You have been spotted by hostiles. Fall back.
Changing that. New feed active.
Bro, it's right there!
Oh. You're shooting at me.
Bro, you were in the way on accident. My bad.
Yeah, it's still bad, pal. Corner. Remove.
You kinda can't repel.
Vault.
You just gotta walk
Yeah,
back
what?
up in there.
I ain't scared. Oh,
Friendly is victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Yo, watch that shot, bro. One tapped him, bro. I one tapped him.
I'm carrying. Oh, buzzers.
Bro. I'm carrying the team. What are you talking about? I'm on top of the leaderboard.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Do you give a fuck? I don't give a fuck.
Leaderboard says what leaderboard says, dude.
I want to use Sudoku, whatever her name is. I don't got it unlocked.
Yeah, you gotta unlock the operators, dude.
You can buy them.
Yeah, you can buy them. But if you don't want to buy them, then you just gotta unlock them by playing the game.
I'm tired. Early.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4
I mean,
is
if you want,
reinforcing
you
its
could play
location.
for
I don't know. I'm not playing that shit right now. He's gonna piss me off. Damn it, Tony. I forgot. It's the car in the dirt.
seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
How the fuck is he pinging this exact hash?
Charge deployed.
Yeah, cool. They're making better on me. Corner. What is that?
Watch yourselves. Hostile inbound.
Someone exposed you.
All clear nearby.
Coming in. Invert. Yep.
Changing mags.
Enter.
Op 4 neutralized. Mission
I
successful.
was about still trying to solid snake. It's nothing. Fortnite.
Yeah, he is in Fortnite. I mean, obviously, dude. I mean, he's in every fucking game, dude.
I was about to say, don't tell me I'm a fat bitch. Oh, I don't know. There's a match with nope.
Oh yeah, what level are you now? Level 5. Not bad. Not bad.
Yep. I'm
You
like
gotta
that.
take us out.
Firm leave squad.
All right, I guess I gotta reinvite you again. Fuck.
Yep. How does the battle pass work? I'm so confused.
So pretty much, you get operator cards, packs, weapon skins, attachment
No,
skins.
I know, but like, this shit is just like so confusing. Like,
Oh, the
wow.
way that it looks.
Yes, bro.
Oh, it's just a grid. You just pretty much play the game, unlock levels, and then you'll get stars or some shit, and you'll use that to unlock tiles, and then you'll just progress the battle pass, fool.
Mm. Is a story? Watch video? I'm not
Yeah, this
watching
game
no
has
damn video.
lore.
What's the lore?
Man, this game is 10 years like 10 years old, bro. There's a lot of lore with it.
It's almost older than me. Goddamn.
What I'm saying, bro, you were probably 4 years old when Siege came out. You were born in 2011, if I'm not wrong, right?
Nope. I'm 13, Birdie. Do
You're
the math.
13. So wait, 2012?
Nope.
2013?
Yep.
Bro, really?
Yep.
Holy shit.
I could beat everybody on Team Falcon's team. Their ass. Bro cannot do math. At all.
Bro, my bad that I'm fried right now, dude, and I'm just not fucking thinking right.
It's so crazy how Valkyrie had spaz, bro. Oh my. Valkyrie's just like my main, bro. I'm not gonna cap.
But you gotta try other operators out first, you know, get a feel of them and, you know, see what their abilities are and learn them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
I'm reloading!
Camera over here.
Down to 10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
I can't fucking shoot the robots, bro. The fucking wall won't let me shoot them. This is
And just
bullshit.
got the AIs.
Bro, I died to AIs because of a fucking barrier on the door. The run out barrier wouldn't let me shoot through it. They're pretty much all on the door, dude. I got a cam on them. But don't walk out. You see them lines I'm talking about?
Yup.
That's a claymore. So actually run into it real quick.
No.
Nah, run into it. Run into it. It will heal you.
I'm not a dumbass.
Do you know what a claymore even is?
No, but no, it does damage.
No, you're actually a fucking dumbass then. If you don't know what a claymore is.
The bomb diffuser has been successfully deployed.
No, I'm actually just spectating a robot right now.
Well, damn well you know spectating me. Don't know where they're at, bro. Like,
oh shit, this AI is locked. Hold on, let him cook.
Diffuser located. Disable it.
Oh shit, he's defusing, dude.
You have disabled the bomb diffuser.
Oh
Good
shit,
work.
he's locked.
Mission successful.
He's locked, bro. And then he just started fucking the bedpost. Man, that's fucking crazy though. I couldn't do a run out on them bitch ass AIs, bro. All because they wanted to do is protect them. Like, come on now, Siege.
I'm tired, bro. Oh my. Kinda don't be up this early in the morning.
Dog,
to
it's
engage
12
Op 4.
o'clock in the afternoon. It's probably 11 o'clock.
Oh, it's 12.
Oh, it's 12? Dude, it's not even fucking morning time anymore. You got a shotgun,
Shut up.
right?
Nope.
Oh, you don't?
Never use that shit. I'm more of a SMG or an AR guy. With some SMGs just
10 seconds left.
they're trying to shoot at me. With SMGs,
5 seconds.
yeah, a little too.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get
Operate.
ready to engage.
It's the way you die.
Your location has been compromised.
Bot. Let me get him. Corner. Can I see that again? Oh, get over there. Corner. There. Corner.
Oh shit! Res me, please. Please, thank you!
I let you die.
No, you didn't even res me, what the fuck?
How'd you even die?
I accidentally ran into the claymore and I forgot to shoot it.
Stupid ass.
There's no way an AI has overthrown me on the leaderboard. I'm not allowing that. Nope. Nope.
Wait, where are you at? You're at main entrance or ruins?
I went to main entrance, bucko.
I'm going. Put the Jaeger black eyes in my ass.
This guy and this Jaeger black ice in his ass, dude. Oh my lordy lord.
What's up, brothers?
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
So can I not go like too far from where I am?
My man.
10 seconds to insertion.
You know that sound, dude?
5 seconds to insertion.
Put it right here.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse
What
it.
is this gun? Here. Test it now. I said drop. What do I drop? So confused.
Holy shit, he ain't.
I'm reloading.
Okay, bud.
Watch yourselves. Hostile inbound.
Oh, go. I'm gonna defuse the bomb.
I'm down, he's right here, dude.
Diffuser is active. Protected at all costs.
No, why'd you drop the hatch?
I know there's a hatch right there. I'm being so dead ass with you right now. I'll revive you to the thing. Oh! I killed you.
Bro.
Op 4 eliminated.
I did, I killed you, bro. My bad, pal. My bad. Yeah,
Crazy
I'm in
work,
the front.
dude. Just crazy work, man.
I'm in the front. Fuckers. I got MVP. Most valuable player.
See, there's a thing called bring the team back with me, dude. And not just leaving the squad.
And shut up.
What level do you gotta get to, what's it called? Play fucking
And bro, spit it out.
standard. What level do you gotta be to play standard, dude?
Hold
Hold on, I'll quit the matchmaking real quick.
let me check. For unranked.
Yeah, for unranked.
To clearance level 15. Unlock 8 attackers and unlock 8 defenders.
All right, so get 8 defenders, 8 attackers, and get to level 15.
Yep.
Don't sound that hard.
Take a little while though, cause leveling up is just.
I mean,
crazy.
quick match, you can't level up easy with it, but it's all right. You'll get there
About
one day,
leveled up
Bucko.
once.
It's been a minute since I used Sentry. Been a minute.
Oh shit! I have to pick my operator. I'm ready.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
Gotcha, motherfucker. Oh wait.
Reloading ammo. Reloading.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Following your lead.
Don't worry. I'll take you under my wing.
Oh shit. Oh! You're in the damn way. YOLO?
Be so motherfucking for real, bro. Ain't no way you just took me out like that, man.
Well, cause you're in the damn way, bro. Dude, what if I watch a live on TikTok?
What?
What if I watch a live on TikTok?
Watch who live on TikTok?
Is anyone?
Not right now at this moment in time in my stream. Fuck no. Or I'm out the party.
Just come back. Come back to me.
Cause I mean, I'm gonna only be playing Siege for like another hour or so. So, I mean, if you want, we can play this game out for like an hour. Or not an hour, or not this entire game out, but we
The
can
bomb diffuser has been
pretty
successfully
much play
deployed.
the game for the next. So wait, it's 12:13 for you, right?
Yep.
All right. So until maybe 1 o'clock.
Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated.
Sounds
Maybe
good.
in my stream.
Back us.
I'm gonna get some food in my belly.
Be ready to engage Op 4.
What? Bruh.
Ten seconds to insertion. Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Alright, chat. I wanted to come here and show y'all my kitty real quick. I almost just got kicked.
Hey, what's up?
This is Snowball's fat
back.
ass right here.
I'm reloading.
Cat. You feel me?
Alright, I'm back. Ugh. Yo, what the fuck happened? I don't know what happened, bro. I filmed losing the match.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Hello?
Yo, I'm back. I'm just kind of
Hello,
doing
you there?
something. Yep, I'm here. I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yo, hello?
Yeah, bro, invite me.
Oh, I forgot I had my shit muted. My bad, my bad. Hello, you there? Apparently I was on mute on Xbox. What the fuck? Hello?
Yo.
Yep.
Hey.
My bad on
Oh,
that. My
this-
bad, my bad.
It just pissed me off, bro. Like, my mom is calling me, and then I said, what? And her hasn't even responded to me.
So we playing Siege still, or what's the move?
Yeah. Waiting for you guys to invite me.
No, alright. Actually, I'll probably play a few more, and then I'm go make something to eat.
Alright.
And then I will be back on later. But yeah, chat, after I don't know after this stream if I need to, do my microphone again, because it seems like it's not picking me up well on OBS. So I'm gonna do some more configurations on it later. Because usually it does not pick me up around like -20 or -25, which is currently where my voice is hitting about on the voice meter. And I needed to get it around like -15, -10, or not -10, but like around -12 to around -15 to 17, around that area. Alright, let's go ahead and do this shit, yo.
I'm gonna carry Zax.
No, you're not. You're not gonna carry me.
I am. Who got MVP a couple rounds ago? Me, right?
Yeah, but you killed me two times, in 2 games, I think, if I'm not wrong.
Nope. You're dreaming, bro.
I'm not dreaming, bro.
Think you got cool down on the smoking. Are you going campfire or lakeside?
I clicked campfire.
You get copyrighted because of music?
Yeah. Certain songs and shit that are copyrighted. And I just don't want to take a chance on my shit getting copyright striked. Already happened a few times, not trying to have it happen again at all.
So what exactly happens once
Friendly
you
drone
get copyrighted
deployed. Op
strike?
4 is reinforcing
Too many
its location.
times and then, banned. That's the way I can put it. Yep. So I try my best anytime I stream to keep copyrighted audio off of my stream, so I don't, have my accounts ended up gone.
Insertion in 10 seconds.
If I get like too far from
5 seconds to insertion.
where I am, like,
Proceed to bomb's location and defuse
dude,
it.
does it just like, oh my god, lag out?
What? The drone?
Yeah.
No, it really doesn't.
Oh, because that happened to me like last game, a couple games ago. And it just like lag. Looking out.
Reloading! Cover me!
Ooh.
Turn around, bro. Not a real person. Come on.
Op 4 eliminated.
Oh, shooting
Friendly
at
mission
things.
successful.
Now we just get to see you look like a bot for a second.
And shut up, jackass. I'm actually gonna go. I'm gonna go campfire. Actually, let me change operators. Let me go to this girl. Just Ayana.
Going down south, I'm gonna have myself a time.
So what is your like game like the card like behind?
What are my binds?
Oh, the gamer card.
Oh, the gamer card or the you mean the operator card?
Yep.
What are the anime bitch?
Yep.
You fuck
Friendly
with it?
drone deployed. Op 4
Oh
is
yeah. I
reinforcing
get that.
its
Huh?
location.
I think I got it through the marketplace if I'm not wrong. Not the marketplace, but at the actual in-game store. But you could there's a marketplace online that you can use to buy those certain shit that you want. But the marketplace is down right now, so
Happened to
someone
it.
done took advantage of that shit, so now they can do the whole fucking marketplace now.
How did they take
10
advantage
seconds to
of
go.
it?
Man, I have no clue, bro.
Get buying
5
shit off of
seconds
there or
before
what?
insertion.
What the fuck is this vigil doing?
You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Clear the blast area! Swapping bags!
Are they below or above? I'm so
They're
confused.
in basement.
Basement right there. I'm here.
So how many of these things are you gonna fucking charge, Gemini?
Is that a real kid or some shit? Bro? What the fuck?
And then I just run straight into it. Are we fucking dead?
Oh shit.
That's electrified. I wouldn't go in there. Just have an angle.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Damn it, Tony. Oh,
Are you gonna lure him outside?
yep. Give me it right there. He's right over there.
Yeah, it's crazy that they'll come and res you, but they won't fucking
Res
come
me.
and res me.
The diffuser has been recovered.
Res me.
You gotta
You must
replace
recover
that.
the diffuser.
You got that?
At least, thank you.
You can shoot through the wood, by the way.
The diffuser has been secured.
There's one hard left. You got that? You got that?
Op 4 eliminated.
Got his ass. I'm really like that.
Bro's learning, bro.
Fuck wrong with
Fuck
Ugh.
that boy a bimbo getting low. They play in limbo.
His ass again, bro. You always use Warden.
I'm just using Warden in these lobbies because we're going against robots. There's really no point. I mean, I know how to play this game like the back of my hand kind of now. Or not the back of my hand, but I mean, I'm alright at it, but I'm not like a fucking professional at it, but I'm kind of like the same at it with Fortnite skill, if you think.
Be ready to engage Op 4.
Maybe some setting down. I'm not gonna die. Are they in basement?
No, we're defending, dude. We're the ones defending the bomb.
Alright,
We're
buddy.
inside, we're defending.
Okay, bro.
I'm just telling you, fuck, man.
10
Shut up.
seconds.
Damn wet.
5 seconds left.
You fucking damn it. I'm sorry, Basil.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Bomb 3, Diesel. You guys fix phones here? This is McDonald's. I'm gonna stop you, bro. I'm so hard not to shoot you.
You have been spotted by hostiles.
After the
Fall
damn
back.
thing.
Your location has been compromised.
So was that kid that was throwing them, whatever the things are called, grenades, smoke grenades? Is that a real kid?
Damn, I whiffed. I whiffed.
Your butt.
Op 4 eliminated.
Teabag him,
Mission
teabag him,
successful.
teabag him, teabag him.
Get on somewhere, bro.
Bro, this victory. Wait,
You fucking with
quit the
Siege now?
matchmaking.
You fucking with Siege now a little bit or nah?
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
It's fun when you make it fun with people that you know, enjoy playing the game with.
Let me go on game server real quick. I need to change some shit. Cause if I'm gonna be playing Siege, I'm gonna need to be using my paddles.
I don't know if people actually use paddles in Siege. But I mean, there's probably people that do, but if you do use paddles, figure out something like, you know, that's actually useful for your paddles, like fuck, I don't know what would be useful. That's what I'm saying, like what would be useful for paddles?
I don't know.
I mean, you could peek with your panels or your paddles if you want. Set your right lean to your right paddle and then your left lean to your left paddle. And then you can just basically lean left and right with your paddles. But that's just dependent if you want to do that.
I'm actually gonna do that. Wait. It's because I have like 4 paddles.
Oh, you
So,
have 4 paddles, 2 on each side?
no. I have 1 on each side, like in the back,
And 1 on, like 2 on the...
and then 2
okay, on the
where the
front.
bumpers are.
Oh, okay, that's pretty neat,
Yeah. Oh no, well, let me get back on Siege. Did I just leave the squad, bro? I'm about to get down.
Yeah, I'm the one who I gotta cancel the matchmaking.
Damn it, Tony.
Damn it, Tony. Why'd you do this, Tony?
I had nothing to do with the helium that was stolen. Oh my, bro, that shit was. Bro, like.
Bro, you wanna know what was crazy, bro? John
What?
almost fucking got off the game. I think cause me and I don't know if it was cause me and you but it was one of it was me or you or the Astro dude that we were playing with, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
2
we
a.m.
were
kid.
yeah, we were 2v1 and John, I think. No, I think it was me and him. We were 2v1
Yeah, because
and
I think I
John.
hop off.
Yeah, you did hop off. We were 2v1 and John and or not 2v1 and I think. No, this was in Go Goated.
Oh. When I had like when he shockwaved on you and he was like building in a box. He was building a
Yeah,
box
that's
like
what I'm
right in front of
saying.
your building.
We were saying, get him,
Uh,
get him.
I don't
He's
know
like,
why
oh,
that's
I'm
just like
finna get off. I'm finna get off. And I'm like, dude, chill out, dude. It's just some pixels, dude.
honestly, bro. It's that's just be getting mad over fucking teaming, bro. Come on.
I swear to God, he'd be getting mad over Fortnite, thinking it's, you know, the end of the world, or not end of the world, but like, it's really something worth to, you know, get a little reaction over like
Yeah.
that for. You know what I mean? Especially if it's non-competitive Fortnite.
Let's see.
Alright, after this one, I'm gonna play one more after this one, and then I'm gonna go make some food.
Alright.
And then I will hop on Fortnite later.
Honestly, I might go to sleep after this.
Alright.
Not just call my cousins and be on the phone with them, like just fucking around.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
Like John really like hates my cousin, bro. It's crazy.
I know, bro. Whenever you and him stopped talking, he was just dissing your cousin the whole time. I was like, I asked him, why did you and I stop talking? And he just brought up your cousin the entire time. He's like, that has nothing to do with Oz. They're just pretty much talking about his cousin. You pretty much unat him because of his cousin.
Insertion in
Make
10
that
seconds.
shit make sense, dude.
Like I basically have like zero control over that,
5
bro.
seconds.
Like
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not just gonna tell them to like stop doing it. Like they have their own
Proceed to
mind.
bomb's
Like,
location
exactly,
and defuse
like-
it.
It's like when you want someone to stop saying something about you or something, but they're not going to because you don't have control over what someone says. It's like you don't
Yeah.
have control of it. You just don't have control of it. Yo, this dude is literally just walking back.
Another teammate died. What the fuck?
Swapping.
You have been exposed. Op
Oh,
4
sorry.
Got an
eliminated.
ace, dude.
Friendly
Teabag.
mission successful.
Even though they're on robots, it don't matter. I got an ace on them.
I'm ready. Bring me at him.
Already.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
Just follow this guy. Yo. I was about to say, this could just teleport us. They kinda just broke my bomb.
10 seconds
I
before
mean my
insertion.
drone.
5 seconds. found a bomb. Make your way to its
Alright, well,
location and
they're near
defuse.
the basement.
They're not in basement. They're first floor, bucko.
Stop it, dumbass. I just seen one.
Hacking their observation system. Nice setup. Mind if I borrow it?
Diffuser is online and active.
I couldn't knife him, boys! I couldn't knife
Op
him!
4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
I don't know why I thought that shit was a samurai sword and I could just stab him from an extra foot away for a second.
Stupid ass. Var. Victor Wembin Var.
Look at this guy. Man, I barely played Solus in my
Is that
lifetime,
Medusa?
I swear to God. Yeah, I got Medusa on Solus.
Oh, fine.
She was in the battle. I think it was a battle pass at one point, so I don't think you can even get it anymore.
That shit
I'm not sure, but I mean, if it's in the marketplace,
Be ready to engage Op 4.
you'll probably see it still.
I'm reloading!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb. You have been spotted by hostiles. Fall back.
Changing max.
I didn't even shoot my damn gun. How was I a 1? I just can't find the kid. They're all in. You gotta go search him.
Your location has been compromised. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
We won. You can hop up now?
Oh, are you getting off?
I don't know, my mic.
You might. You want me to cancel the queue?
Wait. I'll play one more and then I'm gonna go play Fortnite. Or maybe just go to sleep because I'm tired.
All right, Bucko.
Oh. Let's play some Clash Royale.
I have not played Clash since like last year of like the Jinxie Clash era.
Uh. Oh, this is a good map. I'm playing Brawl Stars. I don't play Clash no more. Brawl Stars is just way better. Fuck Clash. I know they're like from the same corporation or some shit. Whatever.
Yeah,
But
I think it's from Supercell. I'm a Supercell creator from Supercell, so yep.
I swear he's a creator.
I signed up. I actually applied for the Supercell creator, and they accepted me into it. So hell yeah, I'm the Supercell creator and an Epic Games creator too.
Oh, he
Hell
swears. That's a word to bro's mother.
What?
Bro's lying his ass off.
What, me?
Yes, for you.
Bro, I literally am a Brawl Stars creator and a fucking Epic creator, bro. I have a supported creator code on Fortnite, dog.
I know that.
I'm an Epic creator, pretty much. I tried to get the Ubisoft creator one, but it ain't. They ain't applying me. They said I gotta do more.
There's something on Siege like that or what?
Yo, we're playing with actual people now. Thank fucking God. We're not playing with robots no more. This is your actual first time playing with legitimate people that are your skill level. And I'm finna shit on them.
I mean, I'm gonna shit on them.
Be ready to
Alright,
engage
you
Op
know
4.
what? Go ahead this round. Let's see what you got, Bucko.
Alright.
I want to see what you can do.
I like this map.
Bro, this map is so ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, Glad,
Like,
you
it
could
becomes
literally...
so
Dude, you can't shoot this, right? Like, there's no point in reinforcing.
Four, reinforce!
You see these, the little windows, right? We can't
I'm
shoot
reloading!
these, but Glaz and Callie can shoot.
Down to 10 seconds.
Fuck ass Breezeman. That's kind of fucked. Not gonna lie.
5 seconds to insertion.
Barricade up!
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Eyes on the prize. Oh, for sure. Prone razor shell.
Oh yeah, by the way, whenever you drop, it makes a lot of noise. So the best thing to do is to usually
Tasting a razor blade.
shoot.
Yep. Little bitch.
Usually the best thing to do
Your location has been compromised.
is to just...
Where did they spawn?
They're all the way.
Damn.
We low-key just got a guy set on, bro.
Well, that guy's good. He's been playing since 2021.
Nah, I almost had him, but I had to reload. And this kid cannot control this gun for a damn thing.
So, is our teammate good? I mean, is that guy good?
Broski is not good at all for shit, bro. We're playing with new players right now.
Plants engaged.
Dog, we're in your lobbies right now.
Why? If it's if you're the part of the event.
Reloading!
But I know
I'm
the Flower
torn.
Swigs dude is, you know, a legitimate fucking person.
Ooh, Thorn?
No, the enemy. His name is Flower
Oh, the guy that we
Swigs.
got.
One friendly operator remaining.
So we're using a shotgun on Ace? There's no way. We're actually dead ass and unranked.
Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized.
No, we're dead ass in unranked lobbies now. What the fuck?
We're in standard, bro.
No, we're in fucking unranked goddamn quick match lobbies, motherfucker. We in the goddamn trenches of Siege. We in the trenches of the low lobbies right now, dude.
How did the vigil guy? I mean, how did the sentry guy die?
Honestly, I have no clue. I'm gonna keep it a bug.
God, I'm so confused right now.
Be ready to engage Op 4.
So where do they spawn? I'm like actually so confused.
Initiate jammer.
Shit. Honestly, I don't know where they spawn, for real.
I don't know the area.
Oh, I not on this map, really.
10 seconds remaining. Down to 5 seconds.
Jammer ready.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Prone shell out.
Don't get shit on.
Reloaded!
Ready to clear.
Coming. Let's get above us. Oh shit. I just died.
Friendly, last operator standing. One Op 4 remaining.
There's no way!
Mission failed.
What?
All friendlies were eliminated.
He died.
What? I know you see that shit. I know you see that shit. He hit me, and I was invisible. I was behind the wall. There's no way I should have died right there. I was unkillable, Siege. I was behind the wall. This shit don't make no sense. Because I'm like a fat man who fell like Gucci Man in 2006.
Be like 2006. All these damn guns in my fucking neck. kind of getting shat on, bro.
That's what I'm saying, bro. We are getting shat on, indeed.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is
Like, we're
reinforcing
getting
its
shit
location.
on by quick play unranked lobbies.
Figure out how to get down to the basement in this map.
Oh,
10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
All right, you lead the team, dude.
Wait, threat detected. This area is hostile.
something leads the team. So, oh, what? I'm actually second to each other.
Nothing on the radar.
I'm very getting shat on. I'm gonna go defuse the bomb. The kid is just camping it, bro.
Breach charge deployed. Be on guard. Enemy detected.
Setting hard breach.
Op 4 last operator standing.
Man, god damn it, dude.
Bomb diffusion initiated. Protect the diffuser.
Damn it, Tony!
Op 4
God damn it,
eliminated.
I'm sold, Tony.
Back to Ayana.
I'm a goofy goober. Rock.
Let me know!
Yo, we got you gotta lock in, Oz. I see that you're 0-3 right now.
No. No, I'm not.
What you mean you're not, bro? I'm currently looking at these stats right now. 0-3-0.
It's a visual glitch, bro.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
It's a visual glitch.
It don't matter, bro. You gonna lock in, you gonna get 3 kills this round, you gonna go positive, man.
I'm just playing. There's like 3 guys right here.
Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and
I
defuse
mean,
it.
we won once. At least we didn't get 3-0'd.
Heads up.
All that
Hostile
matters.
inbound. Brace yourself.
Reloading.
Clear. Wait, I've detected an enemy nearby.
Nice. Can I not break that shit?
Hold on, I have intel on the enemy location.
Can I not break that? That's up there?
Reloading!
There's no way I didn't hit this fucking goofy
Yo.
loser in the head, dude.
Where am I getting shot from? What the fuck?
Op 4 last stop standing. The diffuser is no longer in your
lost.
possession.
We lost, dude. We lost.
Friendly, last operator standing.
Throw the smoke. Yep.
All friendlies
GG,
have
it's
been
fine.
eliminated.
I
CJ
hate this
fucking
game.
killed himself to the door trap. What an idiot. What an idiot, too, by the way.
What a dumbass.
Alright, man.
Hard.
I'll see you, dude.
He's out.
Alright, chat. Before we, you know, switch scenes and shit, we gonna play one more game of ranked. And I'm gonna go throw my food in the microwave. Or not microwave, fucking air fryer. And get that shit going. And yeah, let's go ahead and get into this game, chat. Alright, we gonna restart the queue since I don't know what the fuck's going on. Miss you too. I guess it don't want to get me in the game for some reason. Yeah, I'll see if I can come get you when my grandma gets home. Chat, I'm gonna hit a quick little restart on the game real quick. And if that doesn't work, then I might as well just restart the fucking console. And see if that will help with anything. There we go. All we had to do is just restart the game one time, and there we go. You know what I'm saying? We're able to get in now. You feel me, chat? But yeah, welcome to everyone in the stream. We are currently peaking right now at this moment. Thank you all for stopping by and joining on the stream. Really appreciate it. Great, and then we get invited to a fucking Xbox party. Oh my god, I'm gonna see if I can join it through my Xbox app. And if I can't, then at this point, I don't even give a fuck on, you know, joining the party.
Retard.
Yo,
Yo,
yo, yo.
look at your eye
Hey,
camera, brother.
can we
Look
like
at your eye
stop
camera, brother.
arguing and be like good teammates?
Secure the area. Keep
Oh
the
shit, yo, we
bombs
actually have everyone in the
protected.
party. It's sick.
Yo, yo, yo.
that,
I
like,
thought my
rarely
shit
happens?
wouldn't work, but I'm in here. What it
We
do?
already have to rotate. That's
How's everyone's day going?
Yo, but let's do
Be
that.
advised, Op
Going
4 has
great,
found a
man.
bomb.
Going great. Good to hear
Nah.
everyone's having a good day. Go ahead and get this win, y'all.
Get my dog, get my dog.
We gotta have that winning mentality, yo, and we got it. I'm sure.
yeah, we just.
Doorway barricaded!
I believe. I don't know.
Yo, what the fuck? Look, I'm gonna see this.
I'm gonna
10
spawn.
seconds left.
Yo, somebody help me reinforce these back doors.
5 seconds.
I got you, Big Five. You got this.
Appreciate you, bro.
Op 4 is located the bomb. Get
My
ready
flag.
to engage.
No.
So that's the power of teamwork right there.
Teamwork makes the dream work, bro. I almost about reverse worded that shit, bro.
Yes, sir.
I think there's one that's gonna come up the balcony right here, or rappel up onto the balcony.
Fuck is this guy doing?
Holy crap, yo, turn down ice cream.
Yeah, he's on
Why
rappel.
are you
He's
so
on
loud?
rappel. He's on rappel.
Zero's inside. How?
Oh shit! I did not hit him at all. I hit him half. He's half, by the way. He's
Yo, Rez? No? Alright.
Zero sucks.
Yo, what a fucking
died
throw.
from
There's no way.
solid snake somewhere. I wasn't able to look where.
They most dead.
Yo, he's on the
Solid
fence,
snake
ice
coming
cream.
in. Solid snake going upstairs. Right
all right.
there.
I'm gonna watch it.
Repel, you're gonna get killed. He's on the window. He's on Repel. Oh my god, ice cream's so ass.
Hey, let him cook, bro. He might come up on your door.
Oh, I got launch box upstairs. I got launch box. I got launch
Coming
box
up, ice cream.
upstairs.
Solid snake.
Solid snake.
Op 4 last stop
Yep,
standing.
solid snake's right
hey,
here. He's in the aquarium.
Solid snake
So
also.
He's in the aquarium. He's probably finna push up.
Don't rip him.
No,
Don't
what?
rip him. Don't rip him.
He doesn't even know I got a cam on him.
Yo, I can't.
Here, should I read?
Yo.
One friendly remaining.
Pushing up in.
Nah.
He's blind.
He's hit him with an elo.
He's inside.
Yeah, he's
inside.
in A site, if I'm not wrong. Oh, good try, good try.
All
We
friendly
got it,
are
we got it. We got
eliminated.
next
One.
one.
Mission failure.
Yo, I'm gonna go do my laundry. Y'all cook up for me,
Yo, man, solid.
He said he's gonna go
Bro,
do his laundry.
Swear to God, laundry mid game, bro.
Nah, you're right. I'll do it after. Relax. Yo, it's
What
not
is
that
this
deep. We're
squad,
probably gonna
bro?
lose.
I knew it was a good idea to join this party, bro.
Yeah.
You're funny, bro. Go do your fucking laundry, bro.
Yo.
I swear to
Go do your laundry, bro.
Both of my sisters are screaming at each other, bro. Like,
Those
fuck.
sisters. How many sisters
That's
you got,
nice.
bro?
3. Hold on, guys. Let me go on mute for a second.
Are you like the only like male child in your house? Or male?
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm gonna go on mute. I'll be right back, guys.
No problemo. Whole lobby's just disappearing.
I swear to God.
Mom, can we eat Taco Bell for lunch?
Alright, bro. I think one person said one thing about the game.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
I don't. Can somebody make a rotate?
Yup.
Yo, let's hope your mom gets Taco Bell for lunch, dude.
Yeah.
They're gonna give me a fucking cheesy good meal, bro.
Be advised.
Nice. 7 to 10, nothing like it. Yo, my squeaking he's like a little ass kid.
I'm fucking.
Yeah, I
I'm
think we got a
back,
little
bro.
out of getting here.
Yeah, I do.
10 seconds.
Oh, I hate when my dad has work, so I have to fucking like. I act like they can't be normal
Bomb.
people
Get ready
for
to
like
engage.
fucking 5 hours.
Facts, bro.
How old are you?
12.
Okay.
I'm 1 year younger than that. Hold up, guys. I gotta go back on mute.
I gotta go get Pornhub off my phone real quick, so I'll be right back.
Wait,
Gotta make sure I don't accidentally play out loud.
Just trying to play a fucking ranked game.
Hey, can you say?
Yo, it's getting close down there. I'm not trying to swing that.
Oh, so on me. Oh my gosh, dude. What?
Yo, if you die, just don't say anything. Just give comms and die.
Yeah.
Osa is outside.
Look out the window.
You just killed Osa. Okay.
You're exposed.
Watching
I
window.
think they're finna come in through A side, like through aquarium, if I'm not wrong.
Dead.
I'm watching cams on Aqua.
Yeah, watch my aqua cam.
Holy shit.
Somebody's in there. Somebody's outside of Aqua.
On repel.
Op 4,
Good
last
shit, good
operator
shit.
standing.
Right there. You got that. Good
Op
stuff.
4
Good
eliminated.
shit, good shit, yo,
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff.
W call.
That's calm. That's calm.
Yo, tell me.
There we go. There we go.
If I hear them screaming one more time,
Oh
bro.
crap. Ban.
We can do ice cream.
Osa's just annoying.
So what?
Bad ice cream.
Ice cream.
What?
Ice cream. Did you mean to spell your name like that?
My
It's
fuck.
like the fifth time
Yes,
somebody
bro.
It's like the fifth time somebody Oh my god, these are funny, bro.
Oh, go kitchen. Go kitchen.
I agree, ice cream. I agree with ice cream. Okay.
Dude, we should have banned Fuse.
No,
All
you
rebels
was right on
stay
that. We
on
should have
the
banned Fuse.
Yeah, too little.
Too late
Too
for
little,
that,
too
though.
late. We banned fucking Osa.
I'll be right
We
back.
banned a tranny, dude.
We banned fucking Osas, bro.
Yeah, I'll be right back, okay?
Alright, dude. Hopefully fucking A Money finishes his laundry.
Yo, is he still not back?
I don't think so.
What the
I
fuck?
haven't heard him in a while.
Secure the bombs.
I'm about to get fucked by a fuse.
Op 4 located.
Nah, he said fucking ice cream's gonna go roam and kill him, right, ice cream?
Ice cream, you're gonna put your feet on. You're just gonna, you know, fly out on him and you're just gonna fuck him up.
Alright, I'm back.
Hey, Money. Done with your laundry?
Yeah, my bad.
That's good,
10
dude.
seconds
Good job.
remaining.
Own a razor blue.
5 seconds to insertion.
Shiba deployed. Surface secured. Own a razor blue. Shiba
You
deployed.
like my
Op
little
4 has
dance?
located a bomb.
Yo, Dallas, die.
You like my little dance?
They updated Alexa, so now I don't care.
Yo, holy crap, Dallas, shut
You're
up.
alright.
That's
Yo,
not
they're
me. That's
pretty
ice
much all.
cream.
They're all pretty much coming from
That's
rooms.
ice cream, right?
They all
Where are
play
they
Vert?
coming from?
No, they're all coming from rooms.
Did you know Alexa updated it, so now
I think they all play Vert.
Yo, why are
What,
we
that was a
roaming?
person?
there's a Fuse and
Yeah.
there's 2 in
Money's
Buka.
about to get fucking.
Slam!
There's 2 upstairs lounge. Bro.
Mad. No, mad.
Yo, there's 1 in main lobby with smoke.
I'm the worst player ever.
Oh, Callum, stop!
Come on, Smoke. No, you're good, Smoke.
Thorn, wait!
Look at
I'm the worst player ever. I swear to God, I'm the worst player ever. I hate smoke so bad.
Friendlies were
Yo,
eliminated.
Tom, just shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Fuck.
Yo, relax, dude. It's just some pixels, man. Calm down. Calm down, buddy. It's just some pixels.
Some pixels.
All right, guys, let's
You're
lock the
looking
fuck
at
in.
some
We got
pixels,
this.
bro.
This is no big deal, guys.
That's what I'm saying,
Just
bro.
one
Yeah,
round.
there's just some pixels, y'all.
You're like a grown ass
Walk up.
man playing Siege, bro.
I'm like 17
I'm
years
not,
old.
I'm not
bro.
that grown.
And
You're
plus, you
like
sound
17
you
years
you're in your,
old?
like,
Isn't it rated N for mature? Isn't it supposed to be fucking 7? You're not even supposed to be
that's what
fucking
I'm
playing this
saying,
game, you
bro.
little
That's
shit.
what I'm saying. Isn't
Fuck
like,
out of here telling me that I can't be playing a fucking game that's meant for people my age. Fuck you. Who the fuck are you to tell me that? Little shithead.
Oh, wow.
Bro does got a point on that.
Not you, fat ass. Not you. Pipe down.
Ice cream.
Wait, how
Nobody's
old are
talking to you,
you
bro.
anyways?
Hey, Money, you sound like a good 16 years old.
Yeah, I'm 16. I turned 17 in like 2 months.
Wow. Holy fuck. Yeah,
You got
yeah,
your
you're
driver's
crazy,
license
dude.
yet, or permit? One of the two.
Yeah, I got my permit. I'm going for
yeah.
my license in like a month. Like,
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good to hear, man. Locked in.
Hey, Money, I bet you I got more money
Need to
than you.
locate a bomb.
I got like
holy shit!
$13 in my
That is
bank.
the
Fuck you, bro.
iconic like 12-year-old comeback. I bet you I got more money than you, bro. Like, shut the fuck up, please. You only started playing
got, like,
Siege because of
$13.
Jinxie. You only started playing Siege because of Jinxie. You watched a few
I love
Jinxie
how we
videos
have
and all of a
made
sudden
this
you're a
split
Jinxie
the
fan.
fucking
Like,
shit
holy
on this
shit.
shit, bro.
This is the problem with fucking 13-year-olds and 12-year-olds. Oh my god.
Yo, what the fuck did I do?
Yo, Ice Cream, nobody's fucking talking to you, bro. What are you talking about right now? Alright, guys, I say if we win this game, we keep this stack going.
I say if we win this, we bomb
But
North Korea.
only if we win this game.
Without
Whoever
paying
said bomb North
$10.
Korea,
We have to win it.
Proceed to
What?
bomb's location and defuse it.
What are you talking about, bro?
Hair color, Ash? The world would love to know. Shut up, Ace.
How
Motherfucker.
Ash and Ace low-key flirt every time, like, people play them.
No, is that your next name?
Yeah, is that so? Where, Ice Cream, where?
Fucking roaming downstairs, whatever that means.
Deploying the drone.
I'll be right back.
Yo, he came from fucking downstairs, bro. Fuck.
Alright, let's do this, boys. Let's do this.
No! No! No!
Oh.
Friendly.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I was rad, bro. Who the fuck is moaning?
I ain't hear no
We have been
moaning.
eliminated.
What?
Fuck! Let's lock in, guys.
It's raps. It's fucking raps.
No, it's not. No, it's literally not. How is it raps? How is it raps?
It's raps, bro.
Fucking
Bro,
mute.
you're
Yeah, ban
speaking
mute.
too
Not
early,
rap.
bro. You're speaking too
Like, what are you
early.
talking
It's
about? We're gonna play
it's
kitchen.
1-3.
No,
bro.
no,
1-3.
because we're not playing the right ops. That's why. That's
what I'm
why.
saying, bro. There's
You're being
always been
fucking
games
negative,
where
A
there's
money. I don't want to
1-3,
hear that shit.
and there you can always turn that
All right,
shit.
I'm gonna get a. Know what? No, I'm gonna get a shield. I'm gonna get a blitz in this bitch. Let's get a nomad. A money, get the fuck off Maverick. Why are you playing Maverick? Let's get a nomad. I like that lion. A money. You gotta play for the
Yeah,
team,
yeah,
man.
yeah. I'll get
Yup.
on Blackbeard.
No, nomad. All right,
Nomad.
all right.
I cannot
Ice
play
cream.
Nomad.
Ice
You
cream.
not
Play
got
nomad.
Okay, there we go. I was gonna say.
Bro, I cannot play Nomad to save my life.
All right. Are you more confident in playing a shield? I'll play nomad. I'm fucking nice with nomad.
Okay. Then why don't you go Nomad to start?
Because I'm also fucking good with blitz.
Yeah, but you'd have more high % chance of acing with Nomad than Blitz.
Oh, you don't know how I am with blitz, buddy. I'm a fucking aggressive with blitz. I'm in there like swimmer when I'm
All right, I'm gonna go Blackbeard.
Oh, I don't know that. All right, and I guess Ice Cream's pretty fucking fucked.
You know you can buy it
Guys.
on.
Are we we're playing vertical. Am I
I
tripping?
got a Rooney and a Noy. Oh, that's all I saw.
Fuck, are you playing vertical with me or what?
Yeah, I'll play Vert. I'll go Fuse. Yo, someone come with me though. I don't want to get like sniped.
Yeah, I'm coming with you. Buck, come upstairs with us, will ya? Ice cream. I'm talking to you, dumbass.
10 seconds before insertion.
Ice cream's big ass fucking.
Trying to lock in the dude who was bragging about going 11-2 last game.
Insertion in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Fuck up, bitch.
Oh my god.
So you're fucking alive.
Bomb.
As soon as I
Make your way
start
to
talking
its
shit, the kid's
location
alive.
and
Fuck
defuse
you,
it.
Ice cream.
Yeah, I'm back, bro.
Fuck you.
I was going to explain to my sister that Alexa cannot be gay.
Yeah,
I think my sister's a little retarded.
Come with me, please.
Ice cream, we're going upstairs. Follow us. We need you to breach the fucking... I need you to fucking break this for me. Come blow this wall open, will you?
What?
Come in.
Help.
Motherfucker, will it let me repair?
Hurry up so I can defend my guy here. It's not the hole in the wall.
Oh, yeah, get one on the tape.
Well, for some reason, I was standing outside.
Oh shit, they reinforced rotate.
Because they're retarded.
Hello?
I could literally plant right here. I'm gonna plant. I'm gonna jump inside and plant. Yeah, cover me, money. I'm planting.
I'm covering you.
Cover me, money.
Diffuser is online and active.
Go, bomb down. Good shit, money. Just cover it, money.
Yo, we own
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Stop, we're on that ass,
Friendly mission
boys.
successful.
Yo,
How is that
I'm telling you, you spoke too soon.
Hey, money, what are you talking about right now? I can't understand you when you're fucking got your mic halfway down your fucking gullet. What are you talking about?
Sorry. I'm going 6 and 3, and the guy above me is going 3 and 3, and I don't understand.
Because I planted the fucking bomb, maybe. Maybe
Oh,
I'm playing
and
for the
that's the-
team, dick.
That's like 120 points, right?
Yeah, it is. Dumbass.
Guys, who are we banning? we banning?
Let's skip. Legion.
Legion's not even good. No one played Legion.
It's better than nothing.
Better than fucking nothing. Nobody else is banning anything. Sorry, guys. My fucking bad. Did I not ban Ace? All right, we're locked. We're locked.
Nah,
We're
they
locked.
banned
We're locked.
Fuse.
We're locked. All right, they're probably gonna go. If they go kitchen again, we might as well just do that exact same strategy. Might as well, right? I'm gonna do gridlock.
Somebody. Oh crap! We can't go bestie.
I'm gonna do gridlock. We could get a.
Dude, I'm getting a Aurora in there. Why not?
I'll grab Nomad.
Yeah, I like
grab
that.
Nomad.
I like the rower. If you can block off, if they reinforce rotate and you can block that door, we have the entire site to ourselves.
That's what I'm saying.
If you can, yeah, if you can manage to, if they do that and you can block that door, that's an easy round.
Hey, I'll grab Nomad. Yes, I got Nomad.
Whoever said
Ah!
we were fucked, you
We
spoke
need to
too
locate a
soon.
bomb.
You spoke way too soon.
Yeah, you spoke too
turned
soon,
this
bro.
shit
You
around.
spoke too soon.
Yeah.
We're
Who the
gonna
fuck
shit.
said that? You spoke too
Advise
soon, man.
drone has located.
Hey,
Yeah,
Money,
you
get
fucking
out of
bitch.
here.
Thorn.
Hey, money. I know that. I know who
said
it was. I'm not gonna go and name names.
Nah, good for you, dumbass.
I know who it was.
These
I
are
guess
fucking burgers.
Fuck you, man.
Fuck you,
Burgers. I could go for a fucking burger right about now.
So why am
Last
I
one.
going A's?
Last one's Ella. Last one's Ella. All right,
Oh,
guys, we got this. This is literally foolproof. Did they
10 seconds to
reinforce
insertion.
rotate again? I'm gonna go shield this time, guys. I'm gonna go shield this time.
5 seconds to go.
And I'm gonna turtle plant in the fucking window.
You've located a
Once
bomb.
it's
They
safe,
better not
Make
and
your
murder
way to
them.
its location and
Like they
defuse
did
it.
last time. If they do, then they're just fucked. We got.
Did they reinforce rotate?
Wouldn't we want them to leave it clear then if we
Yeah,
want
right. All right, you can hit it from where Blackbeard is. You can hit that door, and me and fucking Ram can control this entire site. This site's literally clear, though.
Kobe.
Oh my!
There's Denari's all over the fucking place, but I can't really see.
Are you kidding me?
Ram, can you shoot these Denaris from above, if possible?
Damn, that's actually fucking wild, bro.
Upstairs.
What the fuck?
Friendly last
Oh,
operator standing.
all right.
Yeah, so I guess whoever the fuck spoke too soon was right.
Oh shit.
Nah, bro, we still lose 1v3.
This game sucks hella dick.
I think you suck, hella dick. That's the problem.
Nah, I don't think I
suck hella dick, because I died behind a wall. Motherfucker, you don't bless him. You got it. Luck him. Bro was not wrong about the class.
All friendlies have been
So we're
eliminated.
fucked. Yeah, so whoever said you're fucked with me was right.
Oh my god. Oh my god, what a bitch.
Y'all suck violent dick, bro. Violent dick.
Yeah, hey money, go fuck yourself. I didn't get he left.
Oh god.
Fuck! What a prick. What a fucking prick.
Alright, man. Y'all have a good day. Stay blessed and
Me too.
Me too, man. Fuck this shit.
alright, chat. That was a very, very interesting game of Siege right there, y'all. But we're gonna go smoke. And I'm gonna go eat. And this is pretty much gonna be the video that ends the stream right here. So yeah, I hope y'all enjoy it, and I will probably see y'all sometime, maybe tomorrow, day after, I don't know, whenever I go live again. So yeah, love y'all, be safe, skadoosh, and yeah, enjoy the video.
Welcome to the Sleepy Scientist. It's very good to have you here. Before the night settles in properly, perhaps you can let everyone know where in the world you're watching from. Maybe it's a quiet room with the lights turned low. Maybe it's a sofa that has become slightly too comfortable to escape from. Maybe it's the middle of the day where you are, and the universe has simply decided that now is a fine time for a gentle drift through quantum physics. Wherever you happen to be, make yourself comfortable, let the edges of the day soften a little, and allow the mind to wander toward one of the strangest and most successful ideas science has ever produced. If you enjoy these calm explorations of the universe, then liking the video and subscribing to the channel is a lovely way to help the Sleepy Scientist keep floating along. And to those already subscribed, thank you. Truly, every little bit of support helps keep these long, quiet journeys possible. And for anyone who likes to stay with these ideas a little longer, something new is quietly on its way. A book, written in the same unhurried spirit as these videos, but with more room to go deeper. It builds each idea up gently, step by patient step, with the occasional equation set out and fully explained, so you can wander through the quantum world at your own pace and actually come away understanding it. It isn't quite ready yet, though it won't be long now. So for now, simply keep an eye out. We'll let you know the moment it arrives. Now, tonight's subject is quantum physics. So there is a small risk that things may become deeply strange. Particles may behave like waves. Empty space may refuse to be truly empty. Reality may appear to follow rules that feel less like ordinary common sense and more like a very precise dream with excellent mathematics. But there is no need to hold all of it tightly at once. This is not a race through formulas, jargon, or baffling diagrams. It is a slow walk through the hidden rules beneath reality. The rules that shape atoms, light, chemistry, technology, and the quiet structure of the world around you. So let's begin, gently. What is quantum physics, really? And why does it seem to describe a universe that is at once deeply ordered and far stranger than human intuition ever expected? The world looks wonderfully ordinary when seen from a human distance. A table sits still. A cup of tea gives off warmth. A lamp fills the room with soft colour. Stars shine in the dark above the roof, even if the roof is currently being rather inconsiderate and blocking the view. A hand rests on a blanket, and the blanket feels solid. The air seems empty. The floor feels dependable. Reality appears to be made of things with clear edges, clear places, and clear behaviours. This is the world the senses are built to understand. It is the world of falling apples, rolling wheels, hot stoves, cold windows, and light arriving through curtains in the morning. Objects seem to be here or there. Events seem to happen one after another. Causes seem to produce effects in a neat and sensible order. Most of the time, this picture works so well that there is no reason to question it. A chair does not suddenly become a cloud of probability during breakfast, which is generally considerate of it. But beneath that familiar surface, the rules change. The table is not truly still. It is made of atoms, and those atoms are filled with motion, structure, electrical forces, and quantum states. The warmth from a cup is not just a vague glow of comfort, but the restless movement of particles and the exchange of energy. The colour of a flower is not simply painted onto its petals, but produced by the way molecules absorb and reflect particular forms of light. The solidity of stone is not because matter is packed like tiny bricks with no gaps at all, but because electrons, forces, and quantum rules prevent atoms from simply passing through one another. Ordinary reality is not false. It is not an illusion in the cheap sense. The table is real. The stars are real. Warmth, light, colour, and solid matter are real. But they are not built in the way everyday intuition suggests. They are the large-scale result of a deeper set of rules, and those rules are what quantum physics was created to describe. Quantum physics is the scientific framework that explains matter and energy at atomic and subatomic scales. It describes the behaviour of electrons, photons, atoms, molecules, and the tiny interactions that shape the visible world. At these scales, older classical ideas begin to fail. The idea that every object always has a perfectly definite position and motion becomes too simple. The idea that energy can always change in a perfectly smooth and continuous way breaks down. Even the comfortable assumption that cause and effect will always look like tiny billiard balls knocking into one another begins to wobble. This does not mean that quantum physics is a license for anything at all to happen. It is almost the opposite. Quantum physics is strange, but it is not sloppy. It is not a decorative mystery added to science to make the universe sound more dramatic. It is not a poetic metaphor for uncertainty in everyday life. It is a precise physical theory, built because experiments kept producing results that classical physics could not explain. In fact, quantum physics is one of the most accurately tested areas of science ever developed. Its predictions help explain the structure of atoms, the behaviour of light, the chemistry of molecules, the workings of semiconductors, the operation of lasers, and the stability of matter itself. The same theory that sounds so strange when described in words is quietly working inside phones, computers, cameras, medical scanners, solar cells, and countless laboratory instruments. It is not sitting in a distant philosophical attic, wearing a velvet cloak and muttering mysteriously. It is in the circuitry. The need for quantum physics emerged gradually, through a series of problems that would not go away. Max Planck found that the light emitted by hot objects could only be explained if energy came in tiny discrete amounts, later called quanta. Albert Einstein showed that light itself could behave as if it arrived in packets, now called photons. Niels Bohr used quantum ideas to explain why atoms are stable and why they emit light in specific colours. Werner Heisenberg revealed that nature places deep limits on how certain properties, such as position and momentum, can be known together. Erwin Schrödinger developed a wave equation that described quantum systems in a new and powerful way. Max Born connected that wave description to probability, showing that quantum physics predicts the likelihood of outcomes rather than simply tracing a single classical path. Together, these scientists did not merely add a few odd details to an otherwise finished picture. They helped reveal that reality needed a new rulebook. That rulebook is uncomfortable at first because it does not match the instincts of human experience. Human senses evolved to deal with middle-sized things moving at ordinary speeds in warm, messy environments. They are excellent for spotting fruit, avoiding cliffs, recognizing faces, and noticing when a floorboard makes a suspicious sound in the dark. They are not naturally built to understand isolated electrons, atomic energy levels, probability amplitudes, or the behaviour of light interacting with matter. So when quantum physics feels strange, the strangeness is not a sign that science has become ungrounded. It is a sign that reality is being examined outside the range where common sense was trained. At the human scale, the world looks smooth and settled. At the quantum scale, matter behaves according to rules of probability, quantization, superposition, interference, and measurement. Energy can arrive in packets. Particles can show wave-like behavior. Atoms can occupy only certain allowed states. Events may be predictable in their statistical patterns, while still refusing to unfold as simple miniature versions of everyday objects. This is the central lesson to carry gently in mind. Quantum physics does not say that the universe is making things up as it goes along. It says that the universe follows rules deeper than the ones that seem obvious from the surface. Those rules are not less real because they are less intuitive. A hidden structure can be more fundamental than the visible one. The calm surface of a lake may hide currents underneath. A quiet room may be filled with invisible radio waves, thermal motion, and reflected light. A solid object may appear motionless while its atoms vibrate, and its electrons occupy quantum states with exquisite precision. Quantum physics is the search for that hidden structure. It asks what matter is doing before it becomes furniture, skin, glass, air, or starlight. It asks why atoms hold together, why light behaves as it does, why chemistry has its patterns, and why the ordinary world has reliable form at all. The result is not a universe without rules. It is a universe whose rules are far deeper, subtler, and stranger than the senses first imagined. For a long time, the universe looked as though it could be understood through clean, confident rules. A stone fell because gravity pulled it downward. A cannonball curved through the air because motion and force guided its path. The moon circled Earth, Earth circled the sun, and the planets moved across the sky with a precision that seemed almost musical, if music were made by very large rocks behaving properly in the dark. Isaac Newton gave this confidence its grandest form. His laws of motion explained how objects move when forces act on them, and his law of universal gravitation showed that the same kind of attraction pulling an apple toward the ground also helped hold the moon in orbit. That was a breathtaking idea. The heavens and the earth were not separate kingdoms with different rules. They belonged to the same physical universe. With Newton's work, planets, projectiles, tides, pendulums, and falling bodies became part of one powerful framework. If the position and motion of an object were known, and the forces acting on it were understood, then its future motion could often be predicted with astonishing accuracy. Classical physics made the universe feel like a great clockwork system, not because it was crude or simplistic, but because it worked so well. It still works beautifully in the right places. Engineers can build bridges, launch spacecraft, calculate orbits, design machines, and predict the motion of ordinary objects using classical principles. A dropped spoon does not require a quantum field theory calculation before it hits the floor. Thankfully, breakfast would become unbearable. Then came another great unification. In the 19th century, James Clerk Maxwell brought electricity, magnetism, and light into one elegant classical theory. Before Maxwell, electricity and magnetism had been studied as closely related but still somewhat separate phenomena. Through his electromagnetic theory, Maxwell showed that changing electric fields can produce magnetic fields, and changing magnetic fields can produce electric fields. Together, they could travel through space as electromagnetic waves. When Maxwell calculated the speed of these waves, it matched the known speed of light. This was not a small detail quietly sitting in the margin. It suggested that light itself was an electromagnetic wave. The glow from a candle, the colour of the sky, the warmth of sunlight, and the invisible waves used later for radio communication all belong to the same family. By the late 19th century, classical physics had become extraordinarily successful. Newton had given science the laws of motion and gravitation. Maxwell had unified electricity, magnetism, and light. Thermodynamics described heat, engines, work, and energy. Statistical mechanics, developed by figures such as Ludwig Boltzmann and James Clerk Maxwell, connected the behavior of gases and heat to the motion of countless tiny particles. To many physicists, nature looked nearly solved. There were still awkward details, of course. Science always has a few drawers that refuse to close properly. But the main structure seemed secure. Some even believed that future physics would mostly involve refining measurements and filling in small gaps. The trouble was that a few of those gaps were not small at all. One of the most serious appeared in the study of blackbody radiation. A blackbody is an idealized object that absorbs and emits radiation in a way that depends only on its temperature. Real objects are messier, but hot things still give a useful clue. A piece of iron heated in a forge first glows dull red, then orange, then yellow-white as its temperature rises. The colour and intensity of the emitted light follow a very specific pattern. Classical physics tried to explain this pattern by treating the radiation inside a hot cavity as waves that could have many possible frequencies. Lord Rayleigh and James Jeans developed a formula using classical ideas, and for low-frequency radiation it worked reasonably well. But at high frequencies the prediction went disastrously wrong. It suggested that a hot object should emit more and more energy at shorter and shorter wavelengths, without limit. In other words, classical physics predicted an impossible flood of high-frequency radiation. The energy should have surged into the ultraviolet and beyond, producing a result that clearly did not match experiment. This failure became known as the ultraviolet catastrophe, a wonderfully dramatic name for a problem involving hot objects and mathematics behaving badly. Nature did not produce this catastrophe, the theory did. That was the warning sign. Light also caused trouble in another way. In the photoelectric effect, light shining on a metal surface can knock electrons out of it. Classical wave theory suggested that brighter light should gradually provide more energy and eventually free electrons, regardless of colour, if one simply waited long enough. But experiments showed something different. Below a certain frequency, light would not eject electrons at all, no matter how intense it became. Above that frequency, electrons could be emitted quickly, even when the light was faint. This was deeply inconvenient for the old continuous picture of light. Atoms added yet another clue. When heated gases or excited atoms emit light, they do not produce every colour smoothly. They produce sharp spectral lines, specific colours arranged in patterns. Hydrogen, for example, emits light at particular wavelengths, not as a continuous smear. These atomic spectra suggested that atoms were not free to possess just any amount of energy. Something inside them was restricted, ordered, and strangely selective. So classical physics began to crack, not because it had been foolish, but because it had reached the edge of its proper territory. It could describe planets, pendulums, waves, engines, and ordinary motion with magnificent success. It could explain much of the visible world. But when physicists looked closely at heat, light, and atoms, the smooth old rules began to fail. That distinction matters. Classical physics was not thrown away. It remains one of the greatest achievements in human thought, and it still describes the everyday world with remarkable power. But it was incomplete. Beneath the world of falling stones and shining stars, there were deeper rules waiting to be uncovered. Energy was not always continuous. Light was not behaving like an ordinary wave. Atoms were not tiny classical systems with any possible energy. The old framework had carried science a very long way, but the smallest details of reality were beginning to ask for something new. A hot object tells a quiet story. At first, it may seem like a simple story. Warm metal gives off a dull red glow. Make it hotter, and the red becomes brighter. Heat it further, and the glow shifts toward orange, then yellow, then a fierce white brightness. Anyone who has seen a fire, a stove element, a blacksmith's forge, or even the soft coil inside an old heater has seen this change happening. Temperature becomes light, heat becomes colour, matter begins to shine. But to physicists in the late 19th century, this familiar glow became one of the most uncomfortable problems in science. The problem was known as black body radiation. A black body is an idealized object that absorbs all the radiation falling on it and emits radiation according only to its temperature. Real objects are never quite perfect black bodies, because nature rarely reads the laboratory description and politely behaves with no complications. But the idea is close enough to make powerful predictions. If physicists could understand how an ideal hot object emitted light, they could understand something deep about heat, radiation, and matter itself. The strange part was not that hot objects glowed. The strange part was the pattern of that glow. As temperature increased, the brightest part of the emitted radiation shifted towards shorter wavelengths and higher frequencies. A cooler object glowed red. A hotter object gave off more orange, yellow, and white light. The overall curve of emitted energy had a very specific shape, and experiments measured that shape with increasing accuracy. Classical physics tried to explain it, but the explanation failed in a spectacularly unhelpful way. According to the old continuous picture, the radiation inside a heated cavity could be treated as waves. Those waves could exist in many different modes, and classical reasoning allowed energy to be shared among them smoothly. At lower frequencies, the predictions worked fairly well, but at higher frequencies, the mathematics began to misbehave. It suggested that a hot object should pour out more and more energy at ultraviolet frequencies and beyond, without any sensible limit. This was the ultraviolet catastrophe. The name sounds like a small cosmic disaster, as if the colour violet had become ambitious and tried to destroy physics. In truth, the catastrophe was not happening in the furnace, it was happening in the theory. Real hot objects did not emit infinite high-frequency radiation. The world behaved calmly, the equations did not. Max Planck stepped into this problem in Berlin, working at the edge of classical physics rather than outside it. In 1900, Planck presented his solution to the German Physical Society. He was not trying to create a new picture of reality for the sheer thrill of making future students nervous. Planck was a careful physicist trying to find a mathematical rule that matched the observed radiation curve. His solution worked with astonishing accuracy. To make the mathematics fit the experimental results, Planck assumed that the energy exchange between matter and radiation did not vary in a perfectly smooth, continuous way. Instead, it came in tiny, discrete amounts. These amounts were later called quanta. A quantum is a packet of energy, a smallest allowed unit in a given exchange, rather than an infinitely adjustable trickle. This was a radical change, even if it did not immediately look like one. Classical physics had generally imagined energy as something that could be divided and adjusted without end. A little more energy, a little less energy, any amount in between. It was like turning a dimmer switch smoothly up or down. Planck's rule suggested something different. At the deeper scale, energy exchange was more like steps on a staircase than a perfectly smooth ramp. The staircase steps were incredibly tiny. That is why no one notices them while boiling water, warming hands by a fire, or overcooking toast with the quiet confidence of someone who looked away for just a moment. At everyday scales, the steps are so small that energy seems continuous. The world looks smooth because the units beneath it are far below ordinary perception. The size of those steps is set by Planck's constant. Planck's constant is one of the fundamental constants of nature, a tiny number that connects the energy of radiation to its frequency. Its smallness helps explain why quantum effects are usually hidden from ordinary life. If Planck's constant were much larger, the world might look obviously quantum. Everyday objects might behave less like solid, sensible things, and more like experimental demonstrations with commitment issues. But in the real universe, Planck's constant is so small that quantum behavior is most visible at atomic and subatomic scales. It is the scale marker of the quantum world. It tells physics where the smooth assumptions of classical theory begin to give way to something more granular, more restricted, and more deeply structured. Planck himself did not immediately treat this as the beginning of a revolution. At first, the quantum idea was a mathematical necessity, a way to rescue the black body radiation problem from disaster. But sometimes a mathematical fix is not merely a patch, sometimes it is a door. Behind that door was the first quantum rule. Energy, at least in the interaction between matter and radiation, could not always be exchanged in any amount whatsoever. It came in allowed portions. That one idea was enough to change the direction of physics. It suggested that nature, at its smallest scales, was not simply a smaller version of the smooth world humans experience. It had rules of its own. This did not make classical physics useless. For large objects and everyday situations, classical ideas still work with magnificent reliability. But Planck had found the first clear sign that beneath the familiar glow of warm matter, something more precise and less intuitive was happening. A red-hot object was not just shining. It was whispering that reality had steps hidden inside it. Light seems like one of the most familiar things in existence. It arrives through windows, glitters on water, warms the skin, paints colour across the world, and gives stars their quiet reach across space. It feels continuous, almost fluid, as if brightness simply pours from one place to another. For centuries, this picture worked remarkably well. Light could bend, reflect, refract, spread, and interfere like a wave. James Clerk Maxwell's electromagnetic theory had made that wave picture even stronger by showing that light was an electromagnetic disturbance travelling through space, and then light began causing trouble again. One of the clearest signs came from the photoelectric effect. This is the emission of electrons from a metal surface when light shines on it. The basic observation sounds simple enough. Shine light onto certain metals and electrons can be knocked out. It seems almost like a tiny splash, except the surface is metal, the incoming disturbance is light, and the splash droplets are electrons, which is a slightly less relaxing beach scene. Classical wave theory expected light energy to be spread continuously through the wave. A brighter light should carry more energy, so it seemed natural to think that bright enough light would eventually shake electrons loose from the metal. If the light were dim, perhaps the electrons would simply need more time to collect enough energy before escaping. But experiments did not behave that way. Instead, the colour of the light mattered in a precise and stubborn way. Light below a certain frequency could not eject electrons from the metal, no matter how bright it was. Red light, for example, might fail completely if its frequency was too low. Yet light above the required frequency could eject electrons almost immediately, even if it was faint. Increasing the brightness of that suitable light released more electrons, but it did not change the basic rule that each electron needed light of high enough frequency to escape. This was deeply awkward for the old continuous wave picture. Brightness alone was not enough. Waiting longer was not enough. The metal behaved as if each electron needed one concentrated portion of energy from the light, and that portion depended on frequency. In 1905, Albert Einstein offered a remarkable explanation. In a paper on light quanta, he proposed that light could behave as if its energy came in individual packets. These packets were later called photons. The word photon did not come from Einstein himself, but the physical idea was clear. Light, already understood as a wave, also had to be treated as arriving in discrete quantum portions. This was a bold step. Max Planck had introduced quantist energy to explain blackbody radiation, but Planck had treated it mainly as a rule about how matter emitted and absorbed radiation. Einstein took the idea more seriously. He suggested that light itself carried energy in separate packets. The key rule was that the energy of each photon depends on the frequency of the light. Higher frequency light has higher energy photons. Lower frequency light has lower energy photons. Brightness, by contrast, is more closely connected to how many photons are arriving. a very bright red light may deliver many low-energy photons, but if each photon lacks enough energy to free an electron, the electrons remain trapped. A faint violet or ultraviolet light may deliver fewer photons, but each one can carry enough energy to release an electron. This explained the photoelectric effect beautifully. An electron in the metal does not slowly save up wave energy like someone putting spare change into a jar. It absorbs energy in a quantum interaction. If the incoming photon has enough energy to overcome the metal's work function, the electron can escape. If it does not, then no amount of polite encouragement from that individual photon will do the job. The phrase work function names the minimum energy needed to remove an electron from a particular metal. Different metals hold their electrons with different strengths, so the required frequency changes depending on the material. This gave the photoelectric effect a practical, testable structure. It was not vague weirdness. It was a rule. Robert Millikan later carried out careful experiments testing the photoelectric effect. His work measured the relationship between light frequency and electron energy with great precision. The irony is that Millikan did not initially like Einstein's interpretation. He hoped to test it, challenge it, and perhaps make the photon idea go away in a dignified scientific manner. Instead, his measurements confirmed the prediction. Science can be very rude like that. Millikan's results supported Einstein's explanation so strongly that the photoelectric effect became one of the key pieces of evidence for quantum theory. Einstein would later receive the Nobel Prize in Physics for his explanation of the photoelectric effect. Not for relativity, even though relativity is now the more famous part of his legacy. Still, it would be misleading to say that light was simply moved from the category of wave into the category of particle. That would be too neat, and quantum physics has a polite but firm habit of refusing neatness. Light still behaves like a wave in many situations. It produces interference and diffraction. It can spread out, overlap, and create patterns that make perfect sense in wave language. But in other situations, such as the photoelectric effect, light behaves as if it arrives in individual packets with definite amounts of energy. The deeper lesson was not that the old wave picture should be replaced by a simple particle picture. The lesson was that light is a quantum object. A photon is not just a tiny glowing bead flying through space. It is an excitation of the electromagnetic field, carrying energy and momentum according to quantum rules. That description is harder to picture, but it is closer to the physics. Light can show wave-like behavior and particle-like behavior because the underlying reality is not built from the everyday categories that human intuition prefers. This is why the photon matters so much. Light is one of the most ordinary experiences in life, yet it is governed by hidden rules beneath ordinary perception. The glow of a lamp, the colour of a screen, the warmth of sunlight, and the faint arrival of starlight all depend on quantum behaviour. Even light, the thing that makes the world visible, is not fully visible to common sense. Atoms should not have survived the old picture of physics. That sounds slightly dramatic because atoms do seem to be managing quite well. They make up air, water, stone, skin, clouds, trees, teaspoons, and the occasional biscuit that has been left in tea for too long and is now undergoing a private structural crisis. The world is full of atoms behaving reliably. They do not collapse without warning. They do not vanish into tiny points. Matter has shape, weight, texture, colour, and stability. But if classical electromagnetism had been the complete story, atoms had a serious problem. By the early 20th century, physicists knew that atoms contain negatively charged electrons and positively charged matter. Opposite charges attract, so electrons had to be held near the positive part of the atom in some way. A simple image began to suggest itself. Perhaps electrons orbited the positive centre, a little like planets orbiting the sun. It was a tempting picture, neat enough to draw, and drawing neat pictures is one of the small comforts of being confused by nature. Unfortunately, the picture broke almost immediately. According to classical electromagnetic theory, An accelerating electric charge should emit electromagnetic radiation. An electron orbiting a nucleus would be constantly changing direction, which means it would be accelerating. If it radiated energy continuously, it should lose energy continuously. As it lost energy, its orbit should shrink. Very quickly, the electron should spiral inward and crash into the nucleus. In other words, the classical atom should collapse. This was not a minor inconvenience. It meant that the ordinary stability of matter could not be explained by simply treating atoms as miniature solar systems. The solar system is held together by gravity, and planets do not carry electric charge in the same way orbiting electrons do. Electrons are charged particles, and classical theory said they should radiate while accelerating. If that rule applied without modification inside atoms, stable matter should not exist. Yet matter clearly does exist. The floor is quite committed to being there. The air remains breathable. Stars continue shining. The universe had not noticed that the simple model said it ought to fall apart. A major clue came from the gold foil experiment. Ernest Rutherford, working with Hans Geiger and Ernest Marsden at the University of Manchester, investigated the structure of atoms by firing alpha particles at extremely thin gold foil. Alpha particles are positively charged particles emitted by certain radioactive materials. At the time, many physicists expected atoms to be rather diffuse, with positive charge spread out through the atom. Most of the alpha particles passed straight through the gold foil, which made sense if atoms were mostly empty space. But a small number bounced back at large angles, as if they had struck something very small, very dense, and strongly positive. Rutherford famously found this astonishing because it was as though a heavy projectile had bounced back from something that should have been almost empty. The result revealed that atoms contain tiny dense nuclei. Most of an atom's mass and positive charge is concentrated in a central nucleus, while the electrons occupy the surrounding region. This nuclear model, developed by Rutherford in 1911, replaced the older idea of a more evenly spread atom. But it also sharpened the problem. If electrons were arranged around a compact positive nucleus, why did they not simply spiral inward? Why did atoms have stable sizes? Why did they emit and absorb light only in specific colours? Niels Bohr offered a bold answer in 1913. Building on Rutherford's nuclear atom and the emerging quantum ideas of Max Planck and Albert Einstein, Bohr proposed that electrons in atoms could occupy only certain allowed energy levels. In his model, electrons did not radiate energy while remaining in one of these allowed states. They emitted or absorbed light only when moving between specific energy levels. This was a strange proposal, because it did not follow from classical physics. Bohr was not saying that electrons behaved like ordinary planets after all. He was saying that atoms had permitted states, and that electrons could not simply choose any orbit or any energy. The atom had rules. The payoff was enormous. Bohr's model helped explain why atoms emit specific colours of light, rather than a smooth rainbow of every possible colour. These colours appear as spectral lines, sharp signatures that reveal the energy structure of atoms. Hydrogen, the simplest atom, became especially important because its spectrum had already shown clear mathematical patterns. Johann Balmer had found a formula describing visible spectral lines of hydrogen, and Johannes Rydberg later developed a more general rule for atomic spectra. These patterns were not random decoration. They were clues. The light from atoms seemed to carry coded information about allowed energy changes inside matter. Bohr's model explained this by connecting each spectral line to an electron moving between two allowed energy levels. When an electron dropped from a higher energy level to a lower one, the atom emitted a photon with a precise energy. When an electron absorbed a photon of the right energy, it could move upward to another allowed level. The colour of the light came from the energy difference between those levels. This did not mean Bohr's model was the final answer. It worked beautifully for hydrogen, but struggled with more complicated atoms and could not explain every detail. Later quantum mechanics, developed through wave functions, probability, and the Schrödinger equation, would replace Bohr's simple orbital picture with a deeper and more accurate description. Even so, Bohr's atom was a crucial step. It showed that electrons in atoms do not follow arbitrary classical paths. They obey allowed states. Atomic stability depends on quantum rules, not on tiny planets politely refusing to crash. That is why the stability of atoms matters so much. It is not a distant technical issue. It is the reason matter has persistence. Furniture, air, skin, stone, water, and stars all depend on atoms holding together in stable forms. The world is not solid because atoms are little hard marbles stacked tightly together. It is solid because nuclei, electrons, electromagnetic forces, and quantum rules produce stable structures. Classical physics could describe the motion of planets with stunning success, but atoms were asking for something deeper. They were asking for a rulebook in which only certain states were allowed, energy changed in precise amounts, and matter could remain intact. The ordinary world rests on that quiet fact. Atoms should have collapsed, but they did not, because reality was never purely classical underneath. Light had already taught physics one unsettling lesson. It could behave like a wave, spreading, interfering, bending around edges, and filling space as an electromagnetic disturbance. Yet it could also arrive in packets of energy, as Einstein showed through the photoelectric effect. That was strange enough, but the next step was stranger still. Matter itself began to look wave-like. At first, this sounds almost unreasonable. Matter seems to be the solid side of reality. Light may shimmer and ripple, but matter sits there with the quiet confidence of something that expects to be taken seriously. A stone does not look like a wave. A speck of dust does not appear to slosh through space. An electron in early atomic models seemed easier to imagine as a tiny particle, perhaps moving around a nucleus in some permitted way. The mind reaches for little beads, little planets, little dots with definite paths. Quantum physics gently takes that picture away and replaces it with something less comfortable, but far more accurate. Wave-particle duality is the discovery that quantum objects can show both particle-like and wave-like behavior, depending on the kind of experiment being performed. Light can behave as a wave when it produces interference, and as a particle when it transfers energy in discrete photons. But the deeper surprise was that this dual nature was not limited to light. Electrons, and later other forms of matter, could also show wave-like behavior. Louis de Broglie proposed this idea in the 1920s. He suggested that if light, which had long been treated as a wave, could behave like particles, then perhaps matter, which had long been treated as particles, could also have wave properties. In other words, electrons and other particles might have associated wavelengths. This was a bold and elegant symmetry. Nature had already blurred the line from one direction. De Broglie wondered whether it might blur the line from the other. The proposal was not simply poetic. De Broglie connected a particle's wavelength to its momentum. In ordinary language, the greater the momentum of a particle, the shorter its associated wavelength. For large everyday objects, this wavelength is so incredibly tiny that it has no visible effect. A football technically has a de Broglie wavelength, but it is so absurdly small that no one needs to worry about footballs diffracting through doorways. Sport remains mostly safe from quantum weirdness. For electrons, however, the wavelength can be large enough to matter. Electrons are light, tiny, and easily influenced at atomic scales. If de Broglie was right, electrons should not simply behave like little pellets. Under the right conditions, they should bend, spread, and interfere like waves. That prediction was soon tested. Clinton Davison and Lester Germer, working at Bell Labs, studied how electrons scattered from a nickel crystal. Their experiment revealed a diffraction pattern, the kind of pattern expected from waves interacting with a regular structure. The crystal atoms acted rather like a three-dimensional grating, and the electrons scattered from it in a way that only made sense if they had wave-like properties. This was a profound result. Electrons, which were supposed to be matter, were producing evidence of wave behavior. De Broglie's idea was not just an elegant guess, it described something real. To understand why this mattered so much, it helps to return to one of the most famous experiments in physics, the double-slit experiment. Thomas Young first used a version of this experiment in the early 19th century to show that light behaves like a wave. When light passes through two narrow slits, the waves from each slit spread out and overlap. Where the waves reinforce each other, bright bands appear. Where they cancel each other, dark bands appear. This pattern is called interference, and it is a classic sign of the wave behavior. Later versions of the double-slit experiment made the story much stranger by using electrons, photons, and even larger particles under carefully controlled conditions. When many electrons are sent toward two slits, an interference pattern can build up on a detector behind them. That already suggests wave behavior, but even when electrons are sent one at a time, so that each electron is detected as a single localized event, the pattern gradually builds into the same interference arrangement. Each electron is detected like a particle, as one spot on the screen, yet the overall distribution follows a wave-like rule. The electron does not behave like an ordinary tiny ball choosing one slit in a simple classical way, nor is it just a familiar water wave spread out through space. It is a quantum object described by a wave function, producing measurable outcomes according to rules that are more abstract than everyday images can comfortably hold. This is where simple pictures begin to fail. It is tempting to imagine a particle secretly riding on a little wave, like a surfer with excellent laboratory discipline. But that image is too literal. Quantum objects are not ordinary particles with decorative waves attached. They are described by mathematical wave-like structures that determine probabilities, interference, and possible measurement outcomes. When measured, they appear through definite events. Before measurement, their behavior is governed by a wave-like description. This does not mean that reality is vague in a lazy sense. The rules are precise. Experiments can predict interference patterns, diffraction angles, energy levels, and scattering behavior with remarkable accuracy. The strangeness comes from the fact that the underlying rules do not fit neatly into the categories of particle or wave, as those words are used in ordinary life. Matter waves changed the meaning of matter. An electron was no longer merely a small object following a tiny path. It had to be understood through a quantum description capable of producing both wave-like patterns and particle-like detections. This same object could not be fully captured by one familiar image. And this is one of the hidden rules beneath reality. The objects that build atoms, chemistry, electricity, and light-sensitive technology are not miniature versions of everyday things. They are governed by deeper principles that sometimes look like waves, sometimes look like particles, and often refuse to be reduced to either. Beneath the solid surface of the world, reality is not made of simple little beads. It is made of quantum systems whose behavior is more subtle than the pictures the mind first reaches for. The wave picture of matter solved one problem and immediately opened a deeper one. If electrons, photons, atoms, and other quantum objects behave in wave-like ways, then a natural question appears very quietly in the corner of the room. What exactly is waving? With a water wave, the answer feels easy. The surface of the water rises and falls. With a sound wave, pressure changes travel through air, water, or some other material. With a light wave, classical physics described changing electric and magnetic fields moving through space. But when quantum physics describes an electron as wave-like, it is not usually describing a tiny physical ripple in ordinary space, sloshing along like a miniature pond with opinions. The answer became one of the central ideas in modern physics, the wave function. Erwin Schrödinger introduced his famous wave equation in the 1920s. It became one of the major forms of quantum mechanics, alongside Werner Heisenberg's matrix mechanics. Schrödinger's equation describes how the wave function of a quantum system changes over time, It does not work like a simple instruction for drawing a little particle path. Instead, it gives a mathematical rule for how the quantum state evolves. The wave function is a mathematical description of a quantum system. That sounds slightly dry, but it is one of the most important ideas in all of physics. It contains information about what can be predicted for a system, such as where an electron might be found, what energy an atom might have, or how a particle might behave when it reaches a detector. At first, it was tempting to imagine the wave function as a real physical wave spread through space. Schrödinger himself initially hoped for something like that. But the interpretation became more subtle. The wave function is not simply a water wave made of electron stuff. For a single particle, it can sometimes be pictured as spread through ordinary space. But for systems with several particles, the wave function belongs to a more abstract mathematical space that tracks the possible states of the whole system. That is not as easy to picture, but it is more faithful to the theory. Quantum physics often asks for understanding without giving the imagination a neat little cartoon to hold. Slightly rude of it, perhaps, but effective. The crucial step came from Max Born. Born proposed that the wave function is connected to probability. More precisely, the wave function allows physicists to calculate the probabilities of different measurement outcomes. It does not usually say, in the old classical sense, exactly where a particle will be found before measurement. It gives a probability distribution, a pattern of likelihoods. This became known as the Born rule. It is one of the defining rules of quantum mechanics. The wave function evolves according to Schrödinger's equation, and the Born rule connects that wave function to the probabilities of what can actually be measured. This is where quantum physics becomes both strange and precise. Randomness and probability are not the same as lawlessness. A lawless universe would be one where outcomes happen with no structure, no pattern, and no reliable prediction at all. Quantum physics is not like that. It can predict probability patterns with extraordinary accuracy. It may not always say which exact event will happen in a single individual case, but it can often say with great precision how many outcomes of each kind will appear over many repeated trials. A simple example is an electron in an atom. In older pictures, it was tempting to imagine an electron orbiting the nucleus along a clear little track, like a planet moving around the sun. In quantum mechanics, the electron is described by a wave function. That wave function gives the probability of finding the electron in different regions around the nucleus. Some regions are more likely, others are less likely. The result is not a tiny solar system, but an orbital, a structured probability pattern shaped by the rules of quantum mechanics. This is why atomic orbitals have shapes. They are not paths traced by electrons looping around like obedient planets. They are regions connected to the likely outcomes of measurement. The electron is not simply hiding somewhere inside the atom with a tiny flag, waiting for a scientist to check under the correct cushion. The quantum state itself does not behave like a classical object with all properties already settled in the familiar way. Another example is a particle approaching a detector. Quantum theory may predict a range of places where that particle might be detected. When the detector finally registers it, the result is localized. A spot appears, a click is recorded, a definite event happens. But if the same preparation is repeated many times, the pattern of many spots follows the probability distribution predicted by the wave function. This is exactly what makes experiments such as the double slit so powerful. Each individual particle is detected at one place, yet the full collection of detections builds an interference pattern. The single outcome looks particle-like. The overall distribution reveals the wave-like structure of the underlying probability. Classical intuition finds this uncomfortable because it expects two different kinds of prediction. Either something is fully determined, like a planet following an orbit, or it is merely unknown because not enough information has been gathered. Quantum probability does not fit neatly into either category. It is not just ordinary ignorance about hidden details, at least not in the simple classical sense. It appears to be built into the way quantum systems are described. This does not make quantum physics weak. It makes it unusually honest. It states what can be predicted, how it can be predicted, and where the limits of that prediction lie. Instead of pretending that every microscopic event has a simple story behind it that looks like everyday motion, quantum theory gives a rule for the outcomes that can actually be observed. The hidden rule beneath reality, then, is not always certainty in the old clockwork sense. Sometimes it is structured possibility. The wave function does not hand over a pre-written classical script for every particle. It gives a precise mathematical description of how possibilities evolve, combine, interfere, and become measurable outcomes. And this is why quantum physics can feel so strange while remaining so reliable. It often predicts what can be known with astonishing accuracy, even when it refuses to describe the world as a collection of tiny objects moving along perfectly definite paths. Reality, at its deepest measured scales, is not chaos. It is probability with rules. Certainty is one of the most comforting ideas in classical physics. If a ball rolls across a floor, it seems reasonable to imagine that it has a definite position and a definite speed at every moment. If a planet moves around the sun, it appears to follow a path that could, in principle, be described as precisely as the instruments allow. Classical physics may not always make calculations easy, especially when too many objects are involved and everyone is gravitationally bothering everyone else. But the underlying picture is clear. Objects have properties. They move along paths. Better measurements should reveal more detail. Quantum physics changed that expectation. Werner Heisenberg helped make this change unavoidable. In the 1920s, before Schrödinger's wave mechanics became the more familiar language of quantum theory, Heisenberg developed matrix mechanics. It was one of the first complete forms of quantum mechanics, and it looked very different from the older physical pictures. Instead of trying to describe electrons as tiny objects moving along visible paths around the nucleus, Heisenberg focused on quantities that could actually be observed, such as the frequencies and intensities of light emitted by atoms. This was a dramatic shift. The old dream had been to picture the hidden machinery of the atom as if it were a miniature clockwork system. Heisenberg's approach was more restrained. It asked what nature allows to be measured and how those measurable quantities are related. The mathematics was unfamiliar and rather severe, as though physics had decided that the universe was not obliged to provide helpful illustrations. From this new quantum framework came one of the most famous ideas in science, the uncertainty principle. The uncertainty principle is often described too casually, as if it simply means that measuring tiny things is difficult. There is some truth in the idea that measurement disturbs small systems, because observing a quantum object can involve interactions that change it. But the deeper point is not merely that instruments are clumsy. It is not that physicists are trying to grab an electron with enormous tweezers and then acting surprised when it wriggles. The uncertainty principle describes a real limit within quantum theory. Certain pairs of properties cannot both be perfectly definite in the same classical way. The best known pair is position and momentum. Position describes where something is. Momentum describes how much motion it has, taking into account both mass and velocity. In ordinary life, it feels natural to imagine that an object has an exact position and an exact momentum at the same time, whether or not anyone has measured them well. For quantum objects, this classical assumption breaks down. The more precisely a quantum object's position is defined, the less precisely its momentum can be defined. The more precisely its momentum is defined, the less precisely its position can be defined. This is not only a statement about human ignorance, it reflects the mathematical structure of quantum states themselves. A quantum state that is tightly localized in position is necessarily spread out in momentum. A state with very well-defined momentum is spread out in position. This can feel slippery because the mind keeps trying to picture an electron as a tiny bead that really is somewhere and really is moving in one exact way, while the scientist simply has not found out yet. But quantum mechanics does not support that simple picture. The limitation is built into the wave-like description of matter. Waves do not behave like points with perfectly sharp locations. A wave with a very definite wavelength is spread out. A sharply confined wave packet is made from a mixture of wavelengths. That wave structure is part of why position and momentum cannot both be pinned down without limit. Uncertainty does not mean that anything can happen. It does not turn physics into a fog of cosmic shrugging. Quantum theory is still highly precise. It places strict rules on what can be predicted, how probabilities behave, and what measurements can reveal. The uncertainty principle is not a loophole through which every impossible event politely escapes. It is a boundary on which properties can be simultaneously definite. Niels Bohr developed a closely related idea called complementarity. Bohr argued that quantum systems can require different experimental arrangements to reveal different aspects of their behavior. An experiment designed to show wave-like interference is not the same as an experiment designed to reveal which path a quantum object takes. Both kinds of information can be meaningful, but they cannot always be obtained together in the old classical way. This is one reason the double-slit experiment remains so important. If an experiment is arranged so that electrons produce an interference pattern, their behavior reveals wave-like structure. If the setup is changed to determine which slit each electron passes through, the interference pattern disappears. The system has not become silly. The experimental arrangement has selected which aspect of the quantum system can be made definite. Trying to define both the exact position and exact motion of a tiny quantum object is where the classical picture begins to strain. In everyday life, a moving car can be tracked along a road. Its position and speed can both be known well enough for practical purposes. But an electron is not a very small car. It is a quantum object described by a state whose properties do not all exist in the same neatly packaged form that classical objects seem to have. That difference is not a failure of cleverness. It is not something that would disappear if only the microscope were better, the laboratory quieter, or the physicist more awake after lunch. Better instruments can reduce ordinary experimental error, but they cannot remove the fundamental quantum limit described by Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. One of the rules beneath reality, then, is a limit on certainty itself. Not all properties can be sharpened together. Nature permits precision, but not the old dream of total classical detail at every scale. The world remains ordered, measurable, and deeply lawful, yet its smallest systems do not carry all their properties in the familiar way human intuition expects. Quantum physics does not simply hide certainty from us. It shows that certainty was never as simple as it seemed. One of the strangest words in quantum physics is also one of the most important: superposition. It sounds almost gentle, as if something has merely been placed on top of something else. In ordinary life, that would be simple enough. A book can be on a table, a blanket can be on a bed, a cat can be on a laptop, usually at the exact moment someone needs to use it. But in quantum physics, superposition means something far deeper than ordinary stacking. A quantum superposition is the state of a quantum system when it is described as a combination of possible states before a definite measurement outcome is obtained. An electron, for example, may be described in a way that includes several possible positions, energies, or spin states. A photon may be described as having possible paths through an experiment. These possibilities are not merely a list of things that might happen because someone is ignorant. They are part of the mathematical structure of the quantum state itself. This is where the word possibility becomes more precise than it first sounds. Quantum theory does not simply say, perhaps this, perhaps that, in the vague manner of someone choosing biscuits. It assigns probability amplitudes to different possible outcomes. A probability amplitude is not the same as an ordinary probability. It is a mathematical quantity that can combine with other amplitudes. When amplitudes combine, they can reinforce one another or cancel one another out. That combining is called interference. Interference is familiar in ordinary waves. When two water waves meet, they can build each other up, making a higher wave, or they can partly cancel, making the surface flatter. sound waves can also interfere, creating places where sound is louder and places where it is quieter. In quantum physics, interference happens with probability amplitudes. The possibilities themselves combine according to wave-like rules before any final measurement is recorded. This is why the double-slit experiment remains such a powerful doorway into the quantum world. When light passes through two narrow slits, it can form an interference pattern on a screen. That made sense to Thomas Young in the early 19th century because light was behaving like a wave. Waves from the two slits spread out, overlap, reinforce in some places and cancel in others. Bright and dark bands appear. But when electrons or photons are sent through a double-slit experiment one at a time, the result becomes much more unsettling. Each particle is detected as a single localized event, a little mark on the detector. It does not arrive as a smeared puddle. It appears in one place. Yet after many particles are sent through, one after another, the marks build up into an interference pattern. That pattern suggests that quantum behavior cannot be reduced to tiny pellets, passing through one slit or the other in the ordinary classical sense. If each electron were simply a little bead choosing a path with no wave-like structure, there would be two bands behind the slits. Instead, the full pattern contains regions where detections are likely and regions where detections are unlikely. The probabilities have interfered. The strange conclusion is not that each electron is secretly confused. It is not standing at the slits with a tiny clipboard, unable to decide which queue to join. Superposition is not ordinary indecision. It is not magical duplication. It is a precise mathematical feature of a quantum state. Before measurement, the system is described by a combination of possibilities. When measurement occurs, one outcome is obtained, but the probability of that outcome is shaped by the full quantum state. Richard Feynman later gave one of the most elegant ways to think about this through his path integral approach. In gentle terms, Feynman's method treats a quantum event as if many possible histories contribute to the final observed result. A particle travelling from one place to another is not described by one simple classical route. Instead, the calculation considers all possible paths, with each path contributing an amplitude. Most paths cancel out through interference. The paths near the familiar classical route reinforce more strongly, which is why ordinary objects appear to follow definite trajectories. This is not meant as a literal picture of a tiny object physically taking every path like an over-enthusiastic tourist with no sense of direction. It is a way of calculating quantum behavior, and it works with extraordinary power. Feynman's approach helped reshape quantum theory and became central to quantum field theory, especially in the study of how light and matter interact. Superposition also helps explain why atoms and molecules have the structures they do. Electrons in atoms are not little planets following neat loops. They occupy quantum states described by wave functions, and those states can involve superpositions of possibilities. The shapes of atomic orbitals, the allowed energies of electrons, and the patterns of chemical bonding all depend on quantum rules that include superposition and interference. Lasers also rely on quantum principles. Their coherent light depends on atoms or molecules being prepared in particular energy states and emitting photons in a highly organized way. Modern quantum technologies, including quantum computing, make superposition especially visible as a useful rule. A quantum bit or qubit can be described as a superposition of states, allowing quantum information to be processed in ways that differ from ordinary classical bits, and yet everyday objects do not visibly behave like misty collections of possibilities. A chair does not appear in a superposition of being in the corner and beside the window, which is helpful for anyone trying to sit down. Larger objects interact constantly with their surroundings, and this makes delicate quantum interference extremely difficult to preserve. The quantum rules remain underneath, but the familiar world appears stable and definite. Superposition is one of the rules beneath reality, because it shows that nature does not begin with settled classical facts in the way common sense expects. At the smallest scales, possibilities can combine, reinforce, cancel, and shape what eventually becomes measurable. Reality is not built from simple alternatives waiting quietly in separate boxes. It is built from quantum states whose possibilities can interfere before the world gives a definite answer. There is a quiet problem at the heart of quantum physics. A quantum system can be described by a superposition of possible states. A photon may be described as having more than one possible path through an experiment. An electron may be described by a wave function spread across a range of possible positions. A tiny system can behave as though several possibilities are part of its physical description at once, not because anyone is confused, but because the theory itself says this is how the quantum state works. And yet, when a measurement is made, the result is definite. A detector clicks in one place. A screen records one spot. An atom emits one photon with a particular energy. A measuring device does not usually report a gentle mist of maybe. It gives an outcome. Something that was described by a spread of possibilities becomes an observed event. The deep question is why that happens, and what exactly counts as the moment when it happens. This is the measurement problem. The measurement problem asks why quantum systems, described by superpositions, appear to produce definite results when they are measured. In the mathematics, a wave function can contain many possible outcomes. In experience, only one outcome is seen. The difficulty is not that quantum physics fails to make predictions. It often predicts the probabilities of outcomes with astonishing accuracy. The difficulty is understanding how the smooth evolution of the wave function relates to the sudden appearance of a single fact. Traditionally, this transition has often been described using the phrase wave function collapse. In this language, the wave function gives a range of possible outcomes before measurement. When measurement occurs, the wave function is said to collapse into the outcome that is actually observed. Before the detector records the particle, several outcomes may be possible. After the detector records it, one result is real in the observed record. This description is useful, but it is also delicate. Different interpretations of quantum mechanics treat collapse in different ways. Some treat it as a real physical process, some treat it as an update in knowledge. Some avoid collapse entirely by describing the wave function in a different way. The experiments agree on the statistics, but the meaning beneath the mathematics remains one of the most carefully discussed questions in modern physics. The Copenhagen interpretation, associated especially with Niels Bohr and Werner Heisenberg, became one of the most influential ways to think about quantum measurement. It places emphasis on what can be measured and what can be said about measurement outcomes. In this view, quantum physics does not necessarily provide a simple hidden picture of what a particle is doing before observation in familiar classical terms. Instead, it gives rules for predicting the results of experiments. Bohr stressed that classical language is still needed to describe measuring devices and experimental results, even though the quantum system being measured does not behave according to ordinary classical categories. This is part of why the Copenhagen interpretation can feel both practical and philosophically slippery. It works closely with what experiments reveal, but it does not satisfy the old desire for a tiny mechanical story behind every outcome. John von Neumann helped formalize the mathematics of quantum measurement. He described quantum states, measurement operators, and the way measurement changes the state assigned to a system. His work gave quantum theory a rigorous mathematical structure and sharpened the question of where measurement begins and ends. If a quantum system interacts with a measuring device, and the measuring device is made of quantum matter too, then where exactly does the definite outcome appear? That question is not just a technical nuisance. It reaches into the boundary between the microscopic and the macroscopic, between possibility and record, between a quantum description and the stable world of experience. Erwin Schrödinger exposed this difficulty through his famous cat thought experiment in 1935. He imagined a cat sealed in a box with a quantum event that could trigger a deadly mechanism. The point was not that anyone should actually do this, and cats everywhere may breathe a tiny sigh of historical relief. The point was to show the absurdity that seems to appear if quantum superposition is applied too simply to ordinary objects. If the quantum event is in a superposition, does that mean the cat is somehow both alive and dead until someone opens the box? Schrödinger intended the example to reveal a problem, not to celebrate a mystical pet. The thought experiment forces the question of how quantum possibilities relate to definite macroscopic facts. A microscopic system may be described by superposition, but a living cat is not normally experienced as a blurred combination of outcomes. Modern physics has made this picture more subtle through ideas such as decoherence, where interactions with the environment rapidly destroy observable interference between different parts of a superposition. But decoherence does not remove every interpretational question. It helps explain why the world appears classical, stable, and definite. Yet the deeper meaning of measurement remains a place where different interpretations still part ways. This matters because measurement is not a side issue in quantum physics. It is where the abstract rulebook meets experience. Quantum theory can describe a cloud of possible outcomes, each weighted by probability. Measurement is where one outcome becomes part of the world that can be recorded, shared, checked, and remembered. One of the deepest rules beneath reality may be that facts do not arise in quite the way classical intuition imagined. The universe is not simply a collection of tiny objects carrying fully settled properties at all times, waiting for human beings to notice them. Nor is it a lawless blur where anything can happen. It is something more precise and more difficult to picture. Potential outcomes evolve according to quantum rules. Measurements reveal definite results. And somewhere in that quiet transition, reality becomes the world that can be seen, touched, written down, and agreed upon. Matter looks solid because it behaves as though it has architecture. A stone holds its shape. A table does not collapse into a thin fog on the floor. Skin, wood, glass, metal, air, water, and bone all have different textures and properties. Gold gleams differently from carbon. Oxygen behaves differently from iron. Salt forms crystals. Copper conducts electricity. Diamond is hard enough to make other materials feel slightly embarrassed. At first glance, this seems like a question of ingredients. Different materials are made from different atoms, and different atoms make different things. That is true, but it is not the deepest answer. The deeper answer is that atoms themselves are organized by quantum rules, and two of the most important are quantum spin and the Pauli exclusion principle. Quantum spin is one of those terms that sounds more familiar than it really is. In everyday life, spinning means rotating. A ball spins, a wheel spins, a planet spins. So it is tempting to imagine an electron as a tiny ball turning around its own axis. But quantum spin is not ordinary rotation in that simple visual sense. An electron is not a little marble twirling neatly in space. Spin is an intrinsic property of quantum particles. It is built into the particle's identity, rather like electric charge or mass. It affects how particles behave in magnetic fields, how they combine with other particles, and how matter builds structure. The word spin remains because some of its mathematical behavior resembles angular momentum, but the physical meaning is not the same as a tiny object literally rotating. A major clue came from the Stern-Gerlach experiment in 1922. Otto Stern and Walter Gerlach sent a beam of silver atoms through a non-uniform magnetic field. If the magnetic orientations of the atoms had behaved according to a simple classical picture, the beam might have spread into a continuous smear on the detector. Instead, it split into discrete parts. This result revealed that angular momentum connected to atoms could take only certain allowed orientations. The experiment became one of the classic demonstrations of quantization. Later understanding connected this kind of behavior to quantum spin and magnetic moments. Once again, nature was not offering a smooth range of every possible value. It was offering allowed outcomes. The consequences became even more profound with Wolfgang Pauli. In 1925, Pauli introduced the exclusion principle, one of the deepest rules behind the structure of matter. The Pauli exclusion principle says that no two identical fermions can occupy the same quantum state within a quantum system. Fermions are particles with half-integer spin, including electrons, protons, neutrons, and quarks. Electrons are especially important for chemistry because they occupy states around atomic nuclei. The exclusion principle means electrons in an atom cannot all crowd into the same lowest energy state. They must occupy available quantum states according to strict rules. This is why atoms have shells and structure. Electrons do not simply pile into the closest possible region around the nucleus like guests all trying to sit in the warmest seat by the fire. They fill allowed states. Their energy levels, spin states, and orbital arrangements determine the architecture of the atom. That architecture determines how atoms bond, react, absorb light, emit light, and arrange themselves into matter. The periodic table is built on this rule. Elements differ because their atoms have different numbers of protons and electrons, but the reason those electrons arrange into repeating chemical patterns is deeply quantum. The noble gases are stable because their outer electron shells are filled. Alkali metals are reactive because they have a single outer electron that is easily involved in bonding. Carbon can form rich molecular structures because of the way its electrons occupy available states and bond with other atoms. The Pauli exclusion principle is not just a small technical rule tucked away in atomic physics. It helps explain why chemistry exists in the form it does. It helps explain why matter has volume. It helps explain why electrons do not all sink into the lower state and erase the layered complexity of atoms. Without it, the familiar diversity of materials would not look remotely the same. Paul Dirac carried this quantum architecture into an even deeper form. In 1928, Dirac developed the Dirac equation, which connected quantum mechanics with Albert Einstein's special relativity. This was a major step because electrons move fast enough in atoms that relativistic effects can matter, especially in heavier elements, and physics needed a description that respected both quantum rules and relativity. The Dirac equation also predicted something astonishing: antimatter. More specifically, it implied the existence of a particle like the electron but with positive electric charge, later called the positron. Carl Anderson observed the positron in cosmic ray experiments in 1932. This was one of those moments when mathematics seemed to reach ahead of direct observation and leave a note for experiment to find later. Spin also emerged naturally in Dirac's theory. It was no longer merely a strange added feature. It became part of the deeper relationship between quantum mechanics, relativity, and particle behavior. These ideas reshape the meaning of solidity. Matter is not solid because atoms are hard little beads pressed together with no space between them. In fact, atoms are mostly space by volume, with tiny nuclei and electron states spread around them. Matter feels solid because electromagnetic forces and quantum rules prevent atoms and electrons from simply occupying the same states or passing through one another without consequence. When a hand presses against a table, the atoms in the hand and the atoms in the table do not behave like two collections of impenetrable miniature rocks. Their electrons interact through electromagnetic forces, and the Pauli exclusion principle helps organize which quantum states are available. The sensation of resistance comes from fields, charges, and quantum restrictions, not from tiny classical marbles clacking together. The architecture of matter is therefore not just built from particles, it is built from rules about what particles are allowed to do. Spin gives particles intrinsic quantum character. The Stern-Gerlach experiment revealed discrete quantum outcomes. The Pauli exclusion principle prevents identical fermions from collapsing into the same state. The Dirac equation connects quantum behavior with relativity and points toward antimatter. Together, these ideas help explain atoms, the periodic table, chemistry, and the solid world that seems so ordinary. The hidden rule beneath reality is not simply that matter exists, it is that matter has structure, because quantum physics decides which states can be occupied, which arrangements are allowed, and how the invisible order beneath atoms becomes the visible world. Some shortcuts are impossible in ordinary life. A locked door must be opened, climbed over, broken through, or politely avoided. A hill must be crossed by having enough energy to reach the top. A ball rolling toward a barrier will either clear it or roll back. Classical physics is very sensible about this sort of thing. It says that if an object does not have enough energy to get past a barrier, then the object does not get past the barrier. The universe in this picture behaves rather like a strict but fair doorman. Quantum physics quietly complicates that rule. Quantum tunneling is the ability of a quantum particle to pass through a barrier that it would not have enough energy to cross according to classical physics. The particle does not smash through the barrier in the ordinary sense. It does not borrow energy in a casual way and promise to return it later. It does not find a tiny secret doorway with a little sign saying particles only. Instead, tunneling comes from the wave-like nature of quantum systems. A quantum particle is described by a wave function. That wave function gives the probabilities connected to possible measurement outcomes. When a particle approaches a barrier, the wave function does not usually stop sharply at the barrier's edge like a tennis ball hitting a wall. It can extend into the barrier, and in some cases it can extend beyond it. If there is still a non-zero probability beyond the barrier, the particle may be detected on the other side. This is the heart of tunneling. The particle appears where classical physics says it should not be able to go. The chance of tunneling depends strongly on the barrier. If the barrier is higher, the probability drops. If the barrier is wider, the probability drops even more. In many everyday situations, that probability becomes so fantastically tiny that it may as well be impossible for practical purposes. This is why people do not walk through walls, why chairs remain on one side of doors, and why household furniture does not normally attempt quantum escapes in the middle of the night. At atomic scales, however, barriers can be thin enough and particles small enough for tunneling to matter. One of the first major successes of tunneling came from the study of radioactive alpha decay. Alpha decay happens when an unstable atomic nucleus emits an alpha particle, which is made of 2 protons and 2 neutrons. Inside the nucleus, the alpha particle can be trapped by the strong nuclear force, while also facing an energy barrier created by electrical repulsion outside the nucleus. Classically, it may not have enough energy to escape. George Gamow helped explain alpha decay in the late 1920s using quantum tunneling. The alpha particle did not need to climb over the barrier in the classical sense. Its wave function could extend through the barrier, giving it a chance of appearing outside the nucleus. This explained why alpha decay could happen at all, and why some radioactive nuclei decay quickly, while others last much longer. The wider or higher the barrier, the lower the tunneling probability, and the longer the nucleus is likely to survive before decay. That idea was not just clever. It connected a mysterious nuclear process to the underlying quantum rulebook. Radioactivity, which had once seemed like matter quietly breaking its own rules, could be understood as matter obeying deeper ones. Tunneling also plays an important role in the sun. The sun shines because nuclear fusion occurs in its core, where hydrogen nuclei, mostly protons, combine through a chain of reactions that ultimately produces helium and releases energy. But protons are positively charged, and like charges repel. This electrical repulsion is called the Coulomb barrier, and it makes fusion difficult. The protons need to get extremely close before the strong nuclear force can bind them together. The sun's core is hot and dense, but even there, many protons would not have enough energy to overcome this repulsion by classical means alone. Quantum tunneling allows some protons to pass through the electrical barrier often enough for fusion to proceed. The probability for any individual proton is very small, but the sun contains an enormous number of protons. Over vast numbers of attempts, enough tunneling occurs to keep the solar furnace glowing. This is a quietly astonishing thought. Sunlight on skin, plants turning light into chemical energy, weather moving through the atmosphere, and nearly all life on Earth depend in part on quantum tunneling inside the Sun. The warmth of a summer afternoon has roots in a rule that sounds at first like a microscopic impossibility. Tunneling is also used directly in technology. In the early 1980s, Gerd Binnig and Heinrich Rohrer at IBM Zurich developed the scanning tunneling microscope. This instrument uses electron tunneling to image surfaces at atomic scales. A very sharp conducting tip is brought extremely close to a surface, close enough that electrons can tunnel between the tip and the material. By measuring the tunneling current as the tip scans across the surface, scientists can map the arrangement of atoms. The scanning tunneling microscope was revolutionary because it allowed researchers to study surfaces with extraordinary precision. It turned tunneling from a strange quantum effect into a practical tool for seeing the atomic world. Not seeing in the everyday sense, of course. There is no tiny camera taking a flattering portrait of an atom. But the measurements reveal structure with astonishing detail. Tunneling appears in other places too, including some electronic devices, Josephson junctions in superconducting systems, and certain chemical reactions where particles move through energy barriers rather than simply over them. It is not a rare decorative trick. It is one of the working rules of the microscopic world. Still, it needs careful boundaries. Quantum tunneling does not mean that ordinary people can realistically pass through walls. A human body is made of an enormous number of particles constantly interacting with the environment, and the probability of all the required particles tunneling together in the right way is so unimaginably small that it is not a practical possibility. The wall is safe. The person remains on the usual side, perhaps slightly disappointed but structurally intact. What tunneling really shows is more interesting than that. It shows that the rules beneath reality are not just smaller versions of everyday rules. A barrier is not always an absolute boundary for a quantum system. The wave function can reach where classical motion cannot. The impossible shortcut is not a fantasy, but a precise physical effect at the scale where quantum behavior matters. Reality does not abandon rules. It simply follows rules that classical intuition never expected. Some quantum rules are strange because they make small things behave in unexpected ways. Entanglement is stranger because it seems to challenge the separateness of things. In ordinary life, objects appear to have their own individual properties. A cup on a table has its own position. A stone on a beach has its own shape. Two coins placed far apart can be described separately, even if they once sat in the same pocket and shared the quiet trauma of loose keys. Distance usually feels like separation. If two objects are no longer interacting, it seems natural to assume that each one carries its own independent state. Quantum entanglement breaks that simple picture. Quantum entanglement is a situation where two or more quantum systems must be described by one shared state, even when the systems are separated by large distances. The important point is not merely that the systems are similar, or that one system sends a signal to the other. It is that the correct quantum description belongs to the combined system as a whole. The parts cannot always be fully described as separate little objects, with their own complete sets of pre-existing properties. This idea deeply troubled Albert Einstein. In 1935, Einstein, Boris Podolsky, and Nathan Rosen published a famous argument now known through their names together. They considered the consequences of quantum mechanics for distant systems that had once interacted and then moved apart. According to quantum theory, measuring one system could allow a physicist to predict a related result for the other, even if the two were far apart. Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen argued that this suggested quantum mechanics might be incomplete. They were not denying the success of the theory's predictions. They were asking whether the theory lacked some deeper description of reality. Their concern came partly from locality, the idea that objects should only be directly affected by nearby interactions, with no influence travelling faster than light. They were also concerned with realism, the idea that physical properties should exist in a definite way before measurement. Einstein disliked the thought that quantum mechanics seemed to allow strange correlations between distant systems without giving a clear classical explanation. he famously objected to the idea of spooky action at a distance, though that phrase can sometimes make the issue sound more theatrical than it needs to be. The real concern was precise and serious. Could nature truly be described by quantum states that do not split cleanly into separate independent parts? Erwin Schrödinger recognized how important this issue was. Also, in 1935, he introduced the term entanglement and described it as one of the defining features of quantum mechanics. For Schrödinger, entanglement was not a small oddity hiding at the edge of the theory, it was central. When two quantum systems interact, their combined state can become linked in a way that cannot be reduced to each system having its own separate classical condition. A simple example can help. Imagine two entangled particles prepared so that a measurement of one is strongly correlated with a measurement of the other. If one is found with one result, the other is found with a related result. The details depend on the type of system and the measurement chosen, but the general point is that the pattern of results cannot always be explained as though each particle carried a complete hidden instruction card from the beginning. For a long time, this seemed like a philosophical argument. Quantum mechanics made predictions. Einstein and others worried about what those predictions meant, but then John Bell changed the situation. In 1964, John Bell developed Bell's theorem. Bell showed that the disagreement between quantum mechanics and local hidden variable theories could be tested experimentally. A local hidden variable theory is the kind of deeper classical style explanation in which particles carry hidden properties that determine the results, and no faster than light influence is needed between distant measurements. Bell derived limits on the strength of correlations that such local hidden variable theories could produce. These limits became known as Bell inequalities. Quantum mechanics predicted that entangled particles could violate those limits. This transformed an argument about interpretation into an experimental question. Nature could be asked, patiently and carefully, which pattern it followed. The experiments came gradually and became increasingly refined. John Clauser and his collaborators carried out important early tests in the 1970s. Alain Aspect and his team performed influential experiments in the early 1980s, improving the test of quantum predictions. Later work by many research groups closed more experimental loopholes, making the evidence stronger. Anton Zeilinger also made major contributions to experiments with entanglement, quantum teleportation, and quantum information. The broad result is that Bell test experiments have supported the predictions of quantum mechanics. Entangled systems show correlations that cannot be explained by simple, local hidden variable pictures. This does not mean that scientists have found a way to send messages faster than light. That point is crucial. Entanglement does not allow someone to control the outcome on one side and use it to transmit useful information instantly to the other side. The individual measurement outcomes remain probabilistic, and ordinary communication is still needed to compare results. So entanglement does not break relativity by becoming a cosmic messaging app with very questionable privacy settings. It does something subtler. It shows that the structure of quantum reality is not the same as the structure imagined by classical separability. Classical separability says that distant objects should be describable as fully independent things, each carrying its own complete set of properties. Entanglement reveals that, in quantum physics, the shared state can be more fundamental than the separate descriptions of the parts. The whole cannot always be reduced to its pieces in the old intuitive way. This is why entanglement belongs among the deepest rules beneath reality. It is not merely another strange effect alongside tunneling or interference. It tells us that relationship, correlation, and shared state are woven into quantum theory at a fundamental level. The universe is not necessarily built from isolated objects first, with connections added afterward. Sometimes, at the quantum level, the connection is part of what the objects are. The ordinary world has a quiet talent for hiding its quantum roots. A table appears to be in one place. A cup rests where it was left. A cat, unless personally motivated otherwise, remains mostly where the cat has decided to be. The moon does not seem to exist in a delicate superposition of many possible positions. A chair does not produce an interference pattern when moved through a doorway. Reality, at human scales, looks settled, stable, and classical. And yet the deeper rules beneath matter are quantum. This raises a gentle but serious question. If atoms, electrons, photons, and molecules are governed by superposition, interference, and probability, why does the everyday world not look like that? Why does ordinary life not appear as a shimmering blur of possible outcomes? Why does a dust grain, a leaf, a sleeping animal, or a planet seem to have a definite location and a definite state? One of the most important answers is decoherence. Decoherence is the process by which quantum systems lose observable interference effects through interaction with their environment. A quantum system can maintain a delicate superposition when it's isolated from the world around it. But the moment it interacts with surrounding particles, light, heat, vibration, or other matter, information about its state begins to leak into the environment. The different parts of the superposition stop being able to interfere with each other in any practical, observable way. This does not mean the quantum rules switch off. They do not retire politely once an object becomes large enough to be seen without a microscope. Instead, the quantum behavior becomes entangled with the surrounding environment in such a complicated way that the interference patterns become effectively inaccessible. Heinz-Dieter Zeh was one of the earliest physicists to recognize the importance of this process. In the 1970s, Zeh argued that interaction with the environment could explain why quantum superpositions are not visible in everyday macroscopic objects. Later, Wojciech Zurek developed decoherence theory further and helped clarify how classical-looking behavior can emerge from quantum rules. Their work became central to modern discussions of the boundary between quantum physics and ordinary experience. The key point is that large objects are almost never isolated. A speck of dust floating in a room is constantly being struck by air molecules. Photons of light bounce from it. Heat passes through it. Vibrations move around it. Nearby surfaces, electromagnetic fields, and surrounding particles are all interacting with it in countless tiny ways. Each interaction carries away a little information about the dust grain's position or state. The environment becomes, in a sense, a vast and restless witness. This is why delicate quantum superpositions are so hard to preserve in ordinary conditions. An electron in a carefully prepared laboratory experiment may behave in a way that reveals interference. A molecule in a controlled vacuum may show wave-like behavior under special circumstances, but a warm, visible object surrounded by air, light, and thermal motion is being monitored by its environment all the time, not consciously, but physically. The world is nosy at the microscopic level. It does not mean to be. It just keeps bumping into things. Decoherence helps explain why everyday objects appear classical. A chair may be made of quantum particles, but it is also entangled with a vast environment. Its possible quantum alternatives do not remain cleanly available to interfere with one another. The result is that the chair appears to have a definite position, a definite shape, and a stable identity. This is very helpful, because sitting down would become unnecessarily adventurous otherwise. Still, it is important to be precise. Decoherence does not solve every version of the measurement problem by itself. It explains why interference between different outcomes becomes effectively lost for macroscopic systems. It explains why the world appears classical and why certain states become stable and observable. But depending on the interpretation of quantum mechanics, there may still be questions about why one definite outcome is experienced, or how exactly probability becomes fact. That limitation does not make decoherence weak. It makes it carefully placed. Decoherence is not the whole answer to every philosophical question in quantum mechanics, but it is a powerful explanation of why the quantum world does not look obviously quantum at everyday scales. Wojciech Zurek also developed the idea of quantum Darwinism. In this view, the environment does more than simply disturb quantum systems. It can also make many copies of information about certain stable states. These stable states are sometimes called pointer states, because they are the kinds of states that can survive environmental interaction and become effectively classical. The word Darwinism is used by analogy, not because atoms are growing tiny beards and reading natural history. The idea is that some states are more robust than others. They survive interaction with the environment and become widely recorded. Many observers can then access the same information indirectly by sampling the environment. For example, different people can see the same object because photons have scattered from it and carried information about its position to many places. This helps explain why observers agree on a classical world. A table looks as though it is in one place because information about that position has been redundantly recorded in the surrounding environment. Many photons, air molecules, and other interactions carry consistent information. The table becomes not just a private quantum possibility, but a stable feature of shared experience. Decoherence therefore connects the strange rules beneath reality to the familiar world above them. It shows how quantum systems can give rise to classical appearances without requiring quantum physics to disappear. Superposition, entanglement, and probability remain part of the underlying description, but constant environmental interaction makes the world look definite, stable, and ordinary. The ordinary world is not separate from quantum physics. It is what quantum physics looks like when countless interactions have quietly hidden the interference from view. Matter can feel like the most solid part of reality. A stone has weight. A table holds its shape. A wall, rather rudely, refuses to let a person pass through it. The world seems to be built from particles, and particles seem like tiny pieces of stuff. Smaller than dust, smaller than atoms, smaller than imagination can comfortably picture, but still somehow like little grains of reality. Quantum field theory changes that picture again. In quantum field theory, particles are understood as excitations of underlying fields that extend through space. An electron is not simply a tiny bead moving through emptiness. It is an excitation of the electron field. A photon is an excitation of the electromagnetic field. Other particles are connected to their own fields as well. The fields are the deeper ingredients, and particles are the measurable disturbances that appear within them. This is a difficult idea at first because everyday experience trains the mind to think in terms of objects. A pebble is here, a cup is there, a crumb on a jumper is unfortunately also there. But fields are different. A field is something spread through space, with values and behaviour at different places. Classical physics already had fields in James Clerk Maxwell's theory of electromagnetism, where electric and magnetic fields could ripple outward as light. Quantum field theory takes the idea further by joining fields with quantum mechanics. The need for this deeper framework grew partly from the challenge of combining quantum theory with special relativity. Paul Dirac made one of the great early steps in this direction. In 1928, Dirac developed a relativistic quantum equation for the electron, now known as the Dirac equation. It brought together quantum mechanics and Albert Einstein's special relativity in a way that ordinary non-relativistic quantum mechanics could not. The Dirac equation did something remarkable. It explained the electron's spin in a natural way and predicted the existence of antimatter. In particular, it pointed toward a particle with the same mass as the electron, but with positive electric charge. This particle, the positron, was later observed by Carl Anderson in 1932. The prediction was a sign that when quantum mechanics and relativity are taken seriously together, the old particle picture becomes too narrow. Relativity allows energy to create particles, and particles to disappear into energy under the right conditions. Quantum theory describes probabilities, fields, and discrete excitations. Together, they push physics toward a world where the number of particles is not always fixed. A theory based only on a few permanent little objects moving around is not enough. Fields are needed. One of the most successful examples is quantum electrodynamics. the quantum theory of light and charged particles. It describes how electrons, positrons, and photons interact. Richard Feynman, Julian Schwinger, Shinichiro Tominaga, and Freeman Dyson played central roles in developing and clarifying this theory. Their work made quantum electrodynamics one of the most precise theories ever created. Quantum electrodynamics explains processes such as electrons emitting and absorbing photons, light scattering from matter, and the subtle magnetic behavior of the electron. Its predictions have been tested to extraordinary precision. This is important because quantum field theory can sound almost dreamlike when described in words, yet it is grounded in measurements that are anything but vague. The mathematics may be strange, but the results meet experiment with almost unsettling accuracy. Feynman diagrams became a famous way of representing calculations in quantum field theory. These diagrams show possible interactions between particles, such as electrons exchanging photons. They are wonderfully useful, but they can also encourage a slightly misleading mental picture if taken too literally. The lines and shapes are not little photographs of what is happening inside reality. They are tools for organizing mathematical terms in a calculation. This is especially important when discussing virtual particles. Virtual particles are often described in popular science as tiny things popping in and out of existence in empty space. That image is memorable, but it can be too literal. In careful physics, virtual particles are features of quantum field calculations. They represent internal parts of mathematical descriptions of interactions, not ordinary detectable particles casually appearing like microscopic stage magicians with poor respect for boundaries. That does not make them meaningless. It means they need to be understood in the right context. Quantum fields do have fluctuations, and empty space in quantum field theory is not simply nothing. But virtual particles should not be imagined too casually as little objects briefly borrowing reality before vanishing. The real theory is subtler, and fortunately nature does not rely on whether the human imagination has produced a tidy cartoon. The broader framework for known fundamental particles and forces is the Standard Model of particle physics. The Standard Model describes particles such as quarks, leptons, photons, gluons, and the particles associated with the weak interaction, along with the Higgs field and the Higgs boson. It does not include gravity in the same quantum framework, so it is not a final theory of everything. But within its domain, it has been remarkably successful. The European Organisation for Nuclear Research, known as CERN, is one of the major research organisations connected to high-energy particle physics. Its Large Hadron Collider accelerates protons to enormous energies and smashes them together so that physicists can study the particles and interactions produced. In 2012, experiments at the Large Hadron Collider announced the discovery of a particle consistent with the Higgs boson, a major confirmation of the Standard Model. The Higgs field is especially important because it helps explain why many elementary particles have mass. In field language, mass is not merely an object carrying heaviness like luggage. It is connected to how particles interact with fields and how the rules of the underlying theory are structured. Quantum fields therefore change the meaning of solid matter. What looks like stable stuff may be better described as stable patterns in fields governed by precise quantum rules. Atoms, electrons, light, and the forces between particles are not simply little pieces moving through empty space. They are expressions of a deeper field-based reality. The world feels solid because the patterns are stable. Beneath that solidity, reality is fields, excitations, interactions, and rules, woven so deeply into space that particles may be less like tiny objects, and more like the places where the hidden music of those fields becomes briefly audible. The ordinary world is full of chemistry, pretending not to be quantum physics. A glass of water, a breath of air, a pinch of salt, the smell of rain on pavement, the colour of a leaf, the hardness of a diamond, and the softness of wax all feel like familiar material facts. They seem to belong to the world of substances, textures, tastes, and reactions. chemistry can feel more practical than quantum physics, more like bubbling flasks and kitchen cupboards than wave functions and uncertainty. But chemistry is quantum physics wearing everyday clothes. Every chemical bond depends on electrons. Every electron in an atom occupies a quantum state. Those states are shaped by atomic orbitals, energy levels, electromagnetic attraction, and the Pauli exclusion principle. Atoms do not bond because they are tiny sticky balls with a mysterious fondness for company. They bond because their electrons can settle into arrangements that are energetically favourable and allowed by quantum rules. This is why chemical stability is not just a matter of atoms sticking together. It is a matter of how electron states combine, how energy changes, how electric charge is distributed, and which quantum arrangements are permitted. The quiet architecture of matter is built from restrictions as much as attractions. One of the early foundations of quantum chemistry came from Walter Heitler and Fritz London in 1927. They applied quantum mechanics to the hydrogen molecule, the simplest molecule made from two hydrogen atoms. Hydrogen was a natural starting point because each atom has one proton and one electron, making the problem simpler than the chemistry of larger atoms. Heitler and London showed that the bond in a hydrogen molecule could be understood through quantum mechanics. When the two hydrogen atoms approach, the electrons and nuclei form a combined system. The electrons not merely little beads sitting between two protons like reluctant glue. Their quantum states combine, and the allowed arrangement can lower the total energy of the system. That lower energy state corresponds to a stable bond. This was an enormous shift. Chemical bonding was no longer only a set of useful rules discovered from reactions. It could be explained from the underlying behaviour of electrons. Linus Pauling later became one of the most important figures in bringing quantum ideas into chemistry. His work on chemical bonding helped explain molecular structure, bond strength, electronegativity, resonance, and the shapes of molecules. Pauling showed how the new quantum mechanics could make sense of the patterns chemists had been using and refining for generations. A covalent bond forms when atoms share electrons in a way that helps create a more stable quantum arrangement. In a molecule such as hydrogen, shared electron behaviour helps hold the nuclei together. In carbon-based molecules, covalent bonding allows atoms to form long chains, rings, and complex structures. This is one reason carbon is central to life's chemistry. Carbon is not magical, though it does have an impressive molecular social life. An ionic bond works differently. In an ionic bond, one atom effectively gives up an electron while another gains it, producing positively and negatively charged ions that attract each other. Sodium chloride, ordinary table salt, is the classic example. Sodium tends to lose an outer electron, while chlorine tends to gain one. The resulting ions attract and arrange into a crystal structure. Even here, the explanation depends on electron energy levels and the quantum structure of atoms. Molecular orbitals give an even deeper picture. When atoms form molecules, their individual atomic orbitals can combine into molecular orbitals spread across more than one nucleus. These orbitals describe where electrons are likely to be found within the molecule and what energies they can have. Some molecular orbitals help bonding, while others can weaken it. The final structure depends on how electrons fill these allowed states. The Pauli exclusion principle remains essential. Electrons are fermions, so no two identical electrons in the same system can occupy exactly the same quantum state. This rule helps determine how electrons fill orbitals in atoms and molecules. It shapes the periodic table, the behaviour of chemical bonds, and the physical properties of materials. The consequences are everywhere. Colour often comes from the way electrons absorb and emit light at particular energies. A molecule or material may absorb certain wavelengths and reflect or transmit others, creating the colours seen by the eye. The green of chlorophyll, the red of a ruby, and the shimmering tones of many pigments all depend on electron energy states and interactions with light. Smell and taste also depend on molecular structure. A molecule's shape, charge distribution, and bonding pattern affect how it interacts with receptors in the nose or on the tongue. The scent of vanilla, the sharpness of vinegar, and the bitterness of certain plant compounds all come from molecules whose quantum-built structures fit biological systems in particular ways. Hardness depends on bonding too. Diamond is extremely hard because carbon atoms are locked into a strong three-dimensional network of covalent bonds. Graphite, also made of carbon, is soft and slippery because its atoms are arranged in sheets that can slide over one another. Same element, different quantum organized structure, very different personality. Transparency and electrical conductivity also arise from electron states. In a transparent material such as glass, visible light is not strongly absorbed because the relevant electron energy gaps do not match visible photon energies in the right way. In metals such as copper, some electrons can move through the material easily, allowing electrical current to flow. In semiconductors, the energy structure is more selective, which makes them essential for electronics. The ordinary world is therefore not separate from quantum physics. It is one of quantum physics' most familiar large-scale consequences. Chemistry is what happens when quantum rules become atoms, molecules, liquids, crystals, colors, smells, tastes, medicines, minerals, and living cells. The hidden rules beneath reality do not stay hidden because they are rare. They stay hidden because they are so constantly successful that the world they build feels ordinary. Quantum physics can sound as though it belongs only in distant laboratories, written on chalkboards by people who have made peace with very complicated symbols, but it is also quietly sitting in pockets, hospitals, cameras, screens, satellites, and computer chips. It is present in the glow of a phone display, the sensor inside a digital camera, the laser reading information, the solar cell turning sunlight into electrical current, and the magnetic resonance imaging machine producing detailed pictures of the inside of the body. Quantum physics is not merely a strange theory about particles behaving mysteriously in carefully prepared experiments. It is one of the foundations of modern technology. The reason is simple, though the details are beautifully deep. Technology often depends on controlling electrons and photons, and electrons and photons are quantum objects. Their behavior is shaped by energy levels, wave functions, spin, exclusion, tunneling, absorption, emission, and the structure of matter. Once scientists began to understand those rules, they could design materials and devices that use them deliberately. One of the clearest examples is the transistor. The transistor was developed at Bell Labs by John Bardeen, Walter Brattain, and William Shockley in the late 1940s. It became one of the most important inventions in technological history because it allowed electrical signals to be amplified and switched in a tiny, reliable, efficient way. Modern computers, phones, and digital systems depend on transistors in staggering numbers. A single modern processor can contain billions of them, all performing tiny acts of electronic control with the calm discipline of an extremely crowded microscopic office. The transistor depends on semiconductor behavior, and semiconductor behavior depends on quantum band structure. In a solid, the energy states available to electrons are not arranged like simple isolated steps belonging to single atoms. When many atoms are joined together in a crystal, their electron states spread and combine into bands of allowed energy, separated by gaps where electrons cannot normally exist. Conductors, insulators, and semiconductors differ because of how these bands are arranged and filled. In a metal, electrons can move easily because available energy states allow them to respond freely to an electric field. In an insulator, electrons are much more restricted because the energy gap is too large for ordinary conditions. A semiconductor sits in the useful middle. Its conductivity can be carefully controlled by adding small amounts of other elements, a process called doping, or by applying electric fields. This control makes transistors possible. So the modern digital world is not built only on clever engineering. It is built on quantum states in solids. Without the quantum structure of electron energy bands, there would be no ordinary semiconductor electronics as we know them. The internet, laptops, phones, and the slightly alarming number of forgotten browser tabs in modern life all rest on quantum rules. Light-based technology tells the same story. Charles Townes helped develop the maser, a device that amplifies microwaves through stimulated emission. Theodore Maiman later built the first working laser in 1960. A laser depends on stimulated emission, a quantum process in which an incoming photon encourages an excited atom or molecule to emit another photon matching it in energy, direction, and phase. The result can be coherent light, meaning the photons are organized in a highly coordinated way. Ordinary light from a lamp is mixed and scattered in many directions, with many phases and wavelengths. Laser light can be narrow, focused, and coherent. This makes lasers useful in communications, surgery, manufacturing, barcode scanners, fiber optic networks, scientific instruments, and optical storage. A laser is not merely a very enthusiastic torch. It is a device built from the quantum rules of light and matter. Light-emitting diodes also depend on quantum behavior. In these devices, electrons and holes recombine in a semiconductor and release energy as photons. The color of the emitted light depends on the energy gap in the material. Solar cells work in the reverse spirit, using incoming photons to free charge carriers and produce electrical current. Digital cameras depend on sensors that convert incoming photons into electronic signals. In each case, light and electrons interact according to quantum rules. Even the clean image on a screen, the photograph of a sunset, or the small red charging light on a device has quantum physics working underneath it. Medicine also carries quantum physics into ordinary life, especially through magnetic resonance imaging. Magnetic resonance imaging grew from nuclear magnetic resonance, a phenomenon connected to the magnetic behavior of atomic nuclei. Isidore Rabi made pioneering measurements of nuclear magnetic resonance in molecular beams. Felix Bloch and Edward Purcell independently developed nuclear magnetic resonance methods in condensed matter, showing how nuclei in materials respond to magnetic fields and radio waves. In magnetic resonance imaging, strong magnetic fields influence the alignment of certain atomic nuclei, especially hydrogen nuclei in the body's water and fat. Radio waves then disturb that alignment, and the returning signals can be detected and processed into images. The technique depends on nuclear spin, energy transitions, magnetic fields, and careful measurement. It is quantum physics turned into a medical window, allowing doctors to see soft tissues in extraordinary detail without cutting into the body. This is the practical face of the rules beneath reality. The same ideas that explain atomic structure also shape the devices that process information, produce light, collect images, generate power, and help diagnose illness. Quantum physics did not remain sealed inside theory. It became engineering. That does not make the mystery disappear. In some ways, it makes the mystery more intimate. The strange rules of electrons, photons, spin, energy levels, and quantum states are not remote curiosities. They're quietly operating inside the tools used every day. The world looks ordinary because these technologies have become familiar. But beneath the screen, the sensor, the laser beam, the solar cell, the transistor, and the medical scanner, reality is still following its deeper quantum rulebook. Quantum physics is one of the most successful scientific theories ever created, which makes its unfinished questions even more interesting. It explains the structure of atoms, the behavior of light, the stability of matter, the patterns of chemistry, the operation of lasers, the workings of semiconductors, and the probabilities measured in some of the most delicate experiments ever built. Its predictions have survived test after test with extraordinary precision. It is not a loose collection of guesses, or a mysterious fog placed over science because reality fancied being dramatic. And yet, quantum physics does not answer everything. This is not a weakness in the ordinary sense. Every powerful theory has a boundary. Newton's laws remain magnificent within their proper range, even though Albert Einstein's general relativity gives a deeper description of gravity. Classical thermodynamics remains useful, even though statistical mechanics explains heat in terms of microscopic behavior. In the same way, quantum physics is enormously successful while still leaving deep questions about interpretation, measurement, gravity, and the ultimate nature of reality. One of the hardest questions is what the mathematics is telling us about the world itself. Quantum mechanics gives rules for predicting measurement outcomes. It uses the wave function, probabilities, operators, and states with remarkable accuracy. But different interpretations disagree about what is really happening beneath those predictions. The disagreement is not usually about the experimental results. It is about what those results mean. The Copenhagen interpretation, associated with Niels Bohr and Werner Heisenberg, places emphasis on measurement outcomes and the limits of describing quantum systems in ordinary classical language. It is practical and historically important, but it can leave a lingering sense that reality has been described by what can be observed rather than by what it is when no measurement is being made. Hugh Everett offered a very different view in 1957 with the many worlds interpretation. In this interpretation, the wave function does not collapse into one outcome. Instead, all possible measurement outcomes are treated as physically realized branches of reality. When a quantum measurement has several possible results, the universe branches into versions in which each result occurs. This idea sounds extravagant, and it certainly asks a great deal from the imagination. But its purpose is not to make science more dramatic. It is an attempt to take the mathematics of the wave function seriously without adding a special collapse process. Instead of asking why one outcome is chosen, Many World says that all outcomes occur, but in separate branches that no longer interfere in any practical way. David Bohm developed another alternative known as pilot wave theory, building on earlier ideas from Louis de Broglie. Pilot wave theory is deterministic, meaning that the outcomes are fixed by the state of the system, even though they may appear probabilistic to an observer. In this view, particles have definite positions, while a guiding quantum wave influences their motion. Pilot wave theory gives a clearer picture in some respects, because particles really do have locations. But it also comes with its own strangeness. It requires a kind of non-local connection, where the guiding wave can reflect the arrangement of distant systems. It shows that returning to certainty does not necessarily restore the comfortable old classical universe. The hidden rules remain deeply unfamiliar. Other interpretations take the idea of collapse more literally. Objective collapse theories propose that wave function collapse is a real physical process, not merely an update in knowledge. One important example is the Ghirardi-Rimini-Weber model, developed by Giancarlo Ghirardi, Alberto Rimini, and Tullio Weber. In this kind of approach, quantum systems usually evolve according to the standard wave rules, but occasional spontaneous collapses occur. For microscopic systems, these collapses are rare. For larger systems made of many particles, collapse becomes effectively rapid, helping explain why everyday objects appear definite. Objective collapse theories are interesting because they may, in principle, lead to experimental tests. If collapse is a real physical process, it might leave detectable differences from ordinary quantum mechanics. So far, standard quantum theory remains extraordinarily successful, but the search for possible limits continues in careful laboratory work. Then there is gravity. Quantum mechanics and general relativity are both pillars of modern physics, but they are very different in structure. Quantum mechanics describes matter, energy, and fields through probabilities, states, and quantum rules. General relativity describes gravity as the curvature of space-time caused by mass and energy. Each theory works beautifully in its own domain. The problem is that the universe does not promise to keep its domains politely separate. In extreme places, both should matter at once. Near the center of a black hole, gravity becomes incredibly strong, and space-time curvature becomes severe. In the very early universe, matter and energy were compressed into conditions where quantum effects and gravity both seem essential. A complete description of these situations likely requires quantum gravity, a theory that successfully unites quantum principles with gravitational space-time. Several approaches exist, including string theory and loop quantum gravity, but no final experimentally confirmed theory of quantum gravity has yet replaced the current divide. This is one of the great open problems in theoretical physics. It does not mean physicists know nothing. It means the known theories are powerful but not yet complete at the deepest level. Quantum physics also leaves a quieter philosophical question. Does the wave function describe reality itself, or only knowledge about possible observations? Are probabilities fundamental, or do they arise from deeper hidden structures? Is measurement a special physical event, an environmental process, a branching of worlds, or something else still not fully understood? There is no need to turn these questions into exaggerated mystery. The success of quantum physics is real. Its equations work, its technologies function, its experiments give clear results. But the meaning beneath those results remains open in ways that are intellectually honest and scientifically serious. Quantum physics reveals rules beneath reality. It shows that matter is not built from tiny classical beads, that light is not merely a smooth wave, that probability can be fundamental, that states can be shared, and that the familiar world emerges from stranger principles below. But it also teaches a humbling lesson. Knowing the rules mathematically is not always the same as knowing what reality ultimately is. Quantum physics reveals the rules beneath reality by describing how energy, light, particles, atoms, matter, probability, measurement and fields behave below ordinary experience. It does not replace the familiar world with nonsense. It does not say that tables are imaginary, or that stars are only suggestions, or that the universe is secretly making everything up moment by moment with no plan at all. The ordinary world remains real, stable, and meaningful. A stone still falls, a flame still warms the hand, a lamp still brightens a room, a cup still rests where it is placed, unless a cat becomes involved, in which case the laws of physics are joined by a separate and more chaotic domestic principle. But beneath that everyday surface, the rules are not the ones common sense first expects. Classical physics gave humanity an extraordinary description of the world. Isaac Newton's laws made falling bodies, tides, projectiles, and planetary motion seem part of one grand mechanical order. James Clerk Maxwell showed that electricity, magnetism, and light belong together in the beautiful structure of electromagnetic theory. For a time, it seemed as though nature's deepest machinery might be nearly complete. Then, the cracks appeared. Black body radiation refused to fit the smooth predictions of classical physics. The ultraviolet catastrophe showed that the old theory predicted an impossible flood of high-frequency radiation that real hot objects simply did not produce. Max Planck found a way through by introducing the quantum, the idea that energy could be exchanged in discrete packets rather than in perfectly smooth amounts. That single step did not look like a complete revolution at first, but it quietly opened the door to a different kind of reality. Albert Einstein pushed the idea further with the photon. The photoelectric effect showed that light shining on metal could release electrons only when the light had a high enough frequency. Brightness alone was not enough. The energy came in packets, and the energy of each packet depended on frequency. Light, which had already been understood as an electromagnetic wave, now also behaved as though it arrived in individual quantum portions. Atoms deepened the mystery. Classical electromagnetism suggested that electrons orbiting a nucleus should radiate energy, spiral inward, and collapse into the center. Yet atoms remain stable. Ernest Rutherford's nuclear atom revealed the tiny dense nucleus, and Niels Bohr's model showed that electrons could occupy only certain allowed energy levels. Atomic spectra, studied through the patterns described by Johann Balmer and Johannes Rydberg, showed that atoms emitted light in specific lines, not in a smooth wash of every possible colour. Matter itself then became wave-like. Louis de Broglie proposed that particles such as electrons have associated wavelengths. Clinton Davison and Lester Germer confirmed electron diffraction, showing that electrons can behave like waves when scattered from crystals. The double-slit experiment made the point even more striking, because photons and electrons could build interference patterns while still arriving as individual detected events. Erwin Schrödinger's wave equation gave quantum mechanics one of its central mathematical forms. The wave function described a quantum system, not as a simple physical ripple like water, but as a deeper mathematical structure. Max Born then connected the wave function to probability. Quantum physics did not always predict one definite classical path. It predicted distributions of possible outcomes with astonishing accuracy. Werner Heisenberg sharpened the limits of certainty. The uncertainty principle showed that certain pairs of properties, such as position and momentum, cannot both be perfectly definite in the old classical sense. This was not a flaw in measurement tools or a temporary failure of cleverness. It was a real boundary built into quantum description. Niels Bohr's complementarity added that different experimental arrangements can reveal different aspects of a quantum system, such as wave-like interference or particle-like path information, but not always both together. Superposition and interference revealed that quantum systems can be described as combinations of possible states before measurement. Probability amplitudes can reinforce or cancel one another, shaping what will later be observed. Richard Feynman's path integral approach gave another powerful way to understand this, allowing many possible histories to contribute to a final result, even though ordinary experience usually shows one clear outcome. Measurement brought one of the deepest questions. Quantum systems can be described by superpositions, yet actual measurements produce definite results. Wave function collapse became one traditional way of describing the transition from many possible outcomes to one observed fact, while different interpretations treated that transition in different ways. The Copenhagen interpretation, associated with Bohr and Heisenberg, emphasized measurement outcomes and the limits of classical description. John von Neumann formalized the mathematics of measurement, and Schrödinger's cat exposed the difficulty of applying quantum superposition too simply to ordinary macroscopic objects. Spin, exclusion, and quantum structure explained why matter has architecture. Quantum spin is not ordinary rotation, but an intrinsic property of particles. The Stern-Gerlach experiment showed discrete outcomes connected to angular momentum. Wolfgang Pauli's exclusion principle revealed that identical fermions cannot occupy the same quantum state. Paul Dirac connected quantum mechanics with special relativity and predicted antimatter. These ideas help explain the periodic table, chemical behavior, and the solidity of matter. Quantum tunneling showed that barriers are not always absolute at microscopic scales. George Gamow used tunneling to explain alpha decay, where particles escape from atomic nuclei through barriers they could not classically cross. Tunneling also helps nuclear fusion occur in the Sun by allowing protons to overcome electrical repulsion, often enough for the solar furnace to shine. At IBM Zurich, Gerd Binnig and Heinrich Rohrer turned electron tunneling into the scanning tunneling microscope, a tool capable of revealing surfaces at atomic scales. Entanglement revealed that quantum systems can share one combined state even across large distances. Einstein, Boris Podolsky, and Nathan Rosen argued that this made quantum mechanics seem incomplete. Schrödinger named entanglement and recognized it as central to quantum theory. John Bell showed that the disagreement between quantum mechanics and local hidden variable theories could be tested. Experiments by John Clauser, Alain Aspect, Anton Zeilinger, and others supported the quantum predictions. Entanglement does not allow faster-than-light messaging, but it does show that reality cannot always be explained by simple classical separability. Decoherence helped explain why the everyday world looks classical. H. Dieter Zeh and Wojciech Zurek showed how interaction with the environment can make quantum interference effectively inaccessible. Air molecules, photons, heat, vibration and surrounding matter constantly interact with large objects, making delicate superpositions vanish from practical observation. Quantum Darwinism suggested that the environment can redundantly record stable states, helping many observers agree on the same classical world. Quantum fields then deepen the picture further. Particles are not simply tiny beads moving through empty space. Quantum field theory describes them as excitations of underlying fields. Paul Dirac's work pointed toward the need to combine quantum mechanics with relativity. Richard Feynman, Julian Schwinger, Sinnatira Tomonaga, and Freeman Dyson helped develop quantum electrodynamics, the extraordinarily precise theory of light and charged particles. The Standard Model, tested through work at CERN and the Large Hadron Collider, describes known elementary particles and several fundamental interactions through quantum fields. Quantum chemistry showed that the ordinary world is not separate from quantum physics at all. Chemical bonds depend on electron states, atomic orbitals, energy levels, and the Pauli exclusion principle. Walter Heitler and Fritz London used quantum mechanics to explain the hydrogen molecule. Linus Pauling helped reveal how quantum ideas shape molecular structure and bonding. Colour, smell, taste, hardness, transparency, conductivity, medicines, minerals, and living cells all depend on microscopic quantum arrangements. Technology made the hidden rules practical. The transistor, developed by John Bardeen, Walter Brattain, William Shockley, and Bell Labs, relies on quantum band structure in semiconductors. Lasers, connected to Charles Townes and Theodore Myman, depend on stimulated emission and coherent light. Light-emitting diodes, solar cells, digital cameras, computer chips, and magnetic resonance imaging all use quantum properties of electrons, photons, nuclei, and materials, and still, questions remain. Hugh Everett's many worlds interpretation, David Bohm's pilot wave theory, and objective collapse theories such as the Ghirardi-Rimini-Weber model show that quantum mechanics can be understood in several very different ways. Quantum mechanics and general relativity remain difficult to unite, making quantum gravity one of the great open problems in theoretical physics. The mathematics works with breathtaking precision, yet the ultimate nature of reality remains harder to state in ordinary language. That is not a collapse of reason. It is reason reaching the edge of familiar intuition. Quantum physics is not vague weirdness, magical thinking, or mystery used as decoration. It is a precise scientific framework built because experiments repeatedly forced physicists to accept deeper rules. It feels strange not because it is poorly understood, but because human intuition evolved for large, warm, slow objects in messy environments, not for isolated particles, atomic states, probability amplitudes, and quantum fields. The everyday world remains stable because quantum rules operate beneath it. Decoherence hides interference. Atomic structure gives matter form. Chemical bonding gives materials their properties. Quantum fields shape particles and interactions. What seems ordinary is not separate from the strange foundations below. It is the large-scale appearance those foundations produce. Beneath the quiet surface of ordinary life, reality is not lawless. It is governed by rules so subtle, so precise, and so far beneath everyday perception that even understanding them does not remove their wonder.